As we are once again alive upon the internet. Yeah, let's make sure that we actually are all the way alive on the internet. And we appear to be with everything set to public. Oh, I'm in the wrong category. And that's why we check. Not in Warframe currently on Twitch. So we should go to the right category there. And yeah, let's get loaded up and let's get ready to record a thing because put actually a video together today, and then I was thinking about parts of it, and then I went, "Oh wait, no, I've been convinced of the wrong thing," uh, which was interesting. So yeah, we're basically pivoting. And because of that, I need to get a video together to go up tomorrow. It'll basically be a day late, which is kind of annoying, but we'll see how that goes.
Entering safe area.
But that's kind of fine if instead of putting out misinformation.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
Because yeah,
Said it was
let's.
safer for us if she's not here.
Oh yeah, actually that's the other account, right? Where I need this summer event thing. Let's just get started setting up for the modifier video. Let's already just get started with that. Let me make sure that this is going over here. Although I didn't think we need anything out of the game. It's also kind of annoying because I didn't do per se the prep work for this. Well, it wouldn't be the first time where I'm kind of winging it. So let's just go wing it.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if
It's
she's not
nice and
here.
sunny out here. Is there any roofs out here? Let's have a look for a second if we do have any roofs. I should refresh this for a second. Only 86 people saw that, so. As I did put actually a video up today, but then I pulled it pretty quickly actually. Because upon further inspection, yeah, no, I was right the first time. That's what I get for sometimes listening to other people and letting them sometimes influence me. So yeah, I'm gonna push that medium mats video back. Because actually the thing that I had with crits, no, that's not how that works at all. Can I get up on here? Huh. We'll use this as
Friendly control point nearby.
our intro kind of thing. You know what? Let's put a 1886 on our back.
We should lock this place down.
That in our hands. Well, this kind of works. Just as a background. And hey there, Doug. As yeah, let's make sure this is all working correctly. Let's make a quick folder as well. For the what is actually the last only tip that I did that was like a actual full length one. Is that we have a bunch of shorts. 250703. Year 7, season 1. Globe mod. OT. There we go. Yeah, what was the last Healthgate? Looks like it's that's a while ago actually. Haven't done any full length only tips in a while then. Just grabbing some of the description files and stuff, just getting some of that stuff ready. Year 7, season 1. Globe mod. Yeah. Was actually in the meantime.
Detected.
Fast travel to
In proximity.
DC and back and see if we can get clear weather. This would look better without the fogginess. Sorry, yeah, I actually pulled that video. As actually, it's now on private, the medium mats one. Turns out crit doesn't work like that at all. Like I let myself be convinced of that by a few people. Mostly because it didn't line up with, like, if you just do a DPS calculation, the percentage wise of just doing crit chance, crit damage doesn't line up. But neither does if you do it that way with a plus 100 on the crit. So after the video, I was like, wait, but neither lines up. And then I kind of dug into it deeper, and no, it is just crit chance times crit damage. There is no reason to actually... The only reason it doesn't line up is that you need to, again, still do... like, if you're doing it as a multiplier, you need to do it a 1 plus for the percentages to line up. But that 1 plus can just be excluded on both sides and, you know, crossing each other off. So yeah, I'm gonna redo that one. The other parts of it are still correct, but that crits part was just, yeah, it's actually was completely wrong. But the funny that I actually let myself be, because I could have, yeah, there was a bunch of ways I could have, like, afterwards I just discovered of, like, yeah, that's not how it works in, like, my damage calculators. And yeah, my damage calculators, you know, they line up with everybody else's damage calculators. But yeah, basically I had an interesting half hour after that video went up of just, like, being very much of, like, did I do something stupid? And
it was safer for us if she's not here.
actual answer was, in the end, yeah, I actually did do something stupid. But then I'm gonna re-record that and put that up in a few days, but then with just that, because I understand now actually how it kind of works. But I would rather just have a day or two to simmer on it, and then gonna basically put it up, but then explain what the thing is with the crit and why some people think it shouldn't be that way, and then And then the rest can stay as is. But that's also why I kind of, as a quick replacement video, one that I kind of already know how to make is the global modifier only tips. Because yeah, we're just gonna basically do a quick version of it, and then just for, hey, for red builds, do this. For yellow builds, do this. It's much more, instead of like an in-depth look, just an guide kind of style with just the parts that matter. That's the first time. Is that the first time ever that I've pulled a video? Because I've pulled videos before just because I left in just a segment or something wrong. This one is the first one, I think, just that I did it like for its actual content. But also, yeah, only like 80 people saw it, so it went off. It went off the grid pretty quickly. I mean, and yeah, it's set to private for now. I'm gonna delete it because that whole crit section is not true in the end. That's not how you do crit, and me actually. How dare I listen to other? Well done. There's plenty of times that the same people that actually had convinced me of this have had it on the right end. So, but yeah, it turns out that the actual way to do crit is still crit chance times crit damage as just their own numbers. You don't need to add. We don't need to treat crit damage as a multiplier, and actually doing so gives you the wrong results. And the only reason it doesn't line up with DPS is because you need to do, if you're doing it as percentages, if you're doing it like 0.6 for like 60 crit chance times, 1 point, whatever, you still need to add a 1+, but to everything, not just to one side. For the exact same numbers of a DPS calculation. Which makes sense on hindsight, but didn't in pre-sight. And then but yeah, let's get a recording. How did only tips go again? Oh yeah, I'm here to give you only the tip. And then for today's video on, although actually let's do it correct, which we do with with just cuts in between. And here it is. Yeah, let's get to, although let's make sure the folder is ready to accept files. Yeah, let's get going. There's annoying things as well. I can't actually, I was like, okay, I'll just record this tomorrow afternoon, but then I realized, oh no, actually tomorrow afternoon I'm working already. Tomorrow is a long work day, so I have to kind of do it this evening, and then tonight I'll edit it together and it'll go up for tomorrow. It's a little bit of a day late, but that's fine. Yeah, let's just get going. Although, let's warm up my voice a little because I'm actually raspy, which is always very annoying. Oh, that's a little bit better. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA. Whoa, that nothing came out of my voice there. Felt almost completely closed. There we go. It's what I get as well for eating something fatty right before. They just had an omelet and stuff, but I made it way too fatty accidentally. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and I'm here to give you only the tip. Just, and then fades over to this, and then today on the global. Well, I should know that, but let's make sure that one's good. Also with the audio and stuff. Was this one, right? Give you only the tip. Tss. Hi, do I sound normal? Hi, I'm here, and I'm here to give you only the tip. That isn't normal enough. In my head, I don't, but that's kind of... yeah. Today on the Year 7 Season 1 Global Modifier. It's also actually from now on, I want to do
the control point in proximity.
in the behind the scenes live. Yeah, usually as well, actually for only tips and stuff, I usually just record them offline because I want those to be, you know, like build showcases and stuff are pretty rambly, but these ones we might need to do a few takes here and there. But that'll be fine. At the end of the day, this will likely be at most like a 15-minute video, so shouldn't take too long to record it. As with all global events, it is available to the Isaac brick in our inventory, which is this slot up here. When we go into there, we can see the global modifier. We can activate it in here. Once we do, we gain access to the main global modifier, the active modifiers, and the passives. Some of the actives and passives need to be unlocked. For this season, there is already one active that unlocks right away, which is Broken Link, so you can take that right away. The other parts get unlocked through... That's a weird place actually to break that sentence. Because yeah, I'm going to go to the season. Journey. I'll stitch them together. The seasonal journey, which is found, of course, in the menu of the season. On the second one, next to the season pass rewards, we have the journey. As we go through the journey, and for this season, and likely for future seasons as well, it unlocks with Journey 1 and 3 being unlocked. Journey 3 actually has an active once we complete it and go through it all the way and unlock it. We gain another active. And then for this season, they're doing it a little bit differently with the passives, which is that some of the passives are locked or under the challenges that are here. The actives are tied to the entire journey mission. But as we can see here, for instance, specialized is tied to this first challenge up here. And actually, several of these have on 4, 5, and 6 journey, we have a passive under the first 2 challenges, but not underneath the others. And then actually on journey 7, we have 5 underneath the first 5. So that's where we get our passives and actives from the journey. I might want to redo that one. There's a little... All global events, way which is broken through, which is found, of course, in the menu of... Yeah, a little bit too much pontification. Let's redo that. Actually, we should also go through here. The seasonal journey, which can be found, of course, by going into the season menu. Next door to the season pass, we have the journey itself. This season, we do get one active already. The rest of the actives come from the main journey mission. So completing 6 of the challenges within a journey unlocks that entire journey, and that is where we get our actives from. The passives are tied to specific challenges in 4 onwards. So in Journey 4, in Journey 5, and Journey 6, the first 2 contain, with their challenges, passives underneath them. Each of them is kind of tied to certain skill or, well, weapon skill or defense types. So for instance, 5 is more... yeah, I'm getting messy there. Let's try again. The seasonal journey, which can of course be found by going into the season menu, going into journey next door to season pass up there. And then the actives are tied to the journey missions and completing them. For each completion, you need to get 6 of these challenges complete. Once you have 6 of them complete, you can actually complete the journey mission. That's where you get your actives from. The passives for this season, and actually likely for future seasons as well, are now tied to certain challenges. So from 4, 5, and 6, and actually 7 as well, we have on the 4, 5, and 6, on the first 2 challenges, there is a passive underneath each one. Most of them are pretty easy to unlock, so you'll get them pretty quick. And then especially on 7, the first 5 contain the hybrid passives, which, yeah, you can unlock by just doing those challenges. And once you complete just the challenge itself, you'll unlock those passives. Once you complete the entire journey step, you'll unlock the active tied to it.
Friendly control point nearby.
Yeah, so far so good. Let's actually see how long we already have. 149. Yeah, this wouldn't work for a short. Yeah, and let's keep going. Anyway, for those coming in, I'm just recording, as the title says as well, I'm recording an only tips real quick. Do we go through? We kind of should, right? Actually, yeah, let's do it like that. So. How do I structure that? Like, yeah, first time. And let's start by looking actually at the global modifier. If you want the full story, as this is, of course, only the tip, it is going to be in-depth look that I've already done. You can actually go there. I'll link to it in the description. But that's a pretty long video. On this one, we're going to summarize and actually provide just the basics that you need to know. So what we have, once we have the global modifier turned on, we have that as we look next to our ammo counter there, we have some, next to it, some bars there. You see a 4 and a 1 and a 1, and also activate assault link. Now, of course, that is, of course, the active. But then we have tiering tied to it. That tiering is tied to the tiers in here. And those are firearms, stamina, and electronics. Division 1 players will kind of recognize those terms, and it is kind of a hint back to those, although it doesn't really work at all the way that they did in Division 1. For firearms, as we go up in those numbers that we saw there, so we were on tier 4, we would have +6 crit chance here. And the interesting thing about the crit chance from this global modifier is that it can does not count towards the crit chance cap, so it can go over the crit chance cap. For the blue parts of it, we gain some bonus armor for every damage taken. For every 300k damage that we take, we would gain a certain percentage back. For electronics, we would gain skill cooldown reductions. All of those we gain from killing enemies. Killing marked enemies will provide us with a little bit into each of those numbers, taking them up in tiers. You will always start between tier 1 and 4, as that is based upon how many cores you have on your build and how many red cores, blue cores, yellow cores you have, decides the starting numbers on those. As you get kill enemies with the hostile modifier, which will have the markers above them, a red one, a blue one, and a yellow one, as you kill them, you will start gaining tiers within the global modifier. As you go up in tiers, your bonuses do increase through here. And eventually you will reach tier 5. Then the only way actually to lose it is either if in the same way like with a memento, going to any shared space, dying, or fast traveling off into another map, for instance, going from Brooklyn to DC, or using the active also removes it. Oh, that's a little messy. Actually, at the global modifier, if you want the full story, as this is of course theory that they did parts of it, we gain some. I'm kind of fine with it. We can. It wasn't too messy. Oh, it just does. Comes back a little. Oh wait, what is that latest video? I haven't watched it yet. Wait, what? What happened? Wait, let's watch it together. Because I haven't watched it. Oh, that's not right. That's right.
Right. I'm stopping the channel.
What? Why?
Well, maybe indefinitely, but hopefully not. The reason for this, and I actually said this on live stream about just over a week ago. The reason for this is I received one of these lovely things. And sorry, I was trying to position it in a way in which you can't see my name and whatnot. But yeah, it won't show. And at 10 a.m. on the 11th of July, 2025, which is in 7 days, I am effectively homeless. I have been scrambling to find a way out of this, around this, to try and fix this, which is why I've not made content at all for the past week. I've been trying to solve this issue.
That's
I've got nothing. Which is, yeah. So I either have a lot to sort out or nothing to sort out. But either way, there are things I need to do before I continue making content. And even if I can get somewhere to set up shop again and crack on with it, there's still going to be a myriad of things for me to do. It's been fun.
So,
Catch you later, hopefully.
Not the smartest way to do that, but there's also, yeah, just ask for help, dude. Just at some points you just gotta let that pride pass. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully you'll get things sorted and yeah. Also to start that video with what why close the channel? Because you could actually, or well, not close the channel, but just have that be the thing. Yeah. I'm willing to bet even in the UK there's places where they'll help him get back on track. As somebody who has been homeless in the past, it sucks. Be happy you're not in America, and it's not the end of the world. But yeah, I haven't seen that yet. But yeah, let's actually just keep going here. Let's see about maybe reaching out to him and maybe being of use. So wait, so what part did we do? Yeah, let's actually redo this part. I want to redo the active. Yeah. Let's take this from here. Yeah, let's get back into that voice. The only tips voice. And with the global global I lost the global there. And with the global modifier turned on, what we have is in the game, actually, we can ADS. And when we do, we see some new numbers next to our ammo count there. And of course, as with the other global events as well, the activating of the active of the assault link with here, the T press. Those numbers next to our ammo counter there, that 4 and a 1 and a 1, is actually our tiering as we have them from the global event or the global mod. God damn it, I keep going global event. Let's actually just start here. And with the global modifier turned on, we see that actually next to our ammo counter there, we have a 4 and a 1 and a 1. That's the tiering we'll talk about in a second here. And then we also have our active, of course. I have Assault Link equipped, so I could activate Assault Link. And for instance, here as well, to show it, when I do, you see that, for instance, that a red one now has a different icon in it. That implies a 5 being on tier 5. So when it is actually filled in with a special icon, that is that it is on 5. When we do so, for instance, with the active, it'll go up. But also, whenever we kill enemies, that is actually how you gain tiers in it. The enemies will have icons on them, a red, a blue, and a yellow above them, each indicating a hostile modifier, which we'll discuss in a little bit. When you kill any of those enemies, you will gain a little amount into each of those tiers. That number only goes up, and the only ways to lose it and to get set back to the base amount. So for instance, there I was running a full red build. So we're starting with a 4 in firearms, as we have it here, a 1 in stamina and a 1 in electronics. Once we use an active, that will get reset, or if we die or go to a different map or go to a shared space, kind of the same rule set as a memento. Whenever we do that, we will get reset back to our base amount. As the base amounts are based upon the build, so whatever cores you have equipped, besides the initial setting there, as for instance with a full yellow build, if we are running a full yellow Eclipse, then we have 6 yellow cores. That translates into a tier 4 start there. 1 to 4 is just the normal tiering that you can get from the gear. To get to up to tier 5, that is the maximum tier. For tier 5 itself, you need to actually get a few enemy kills in and get a few of those amounts into those tiers to get them up to 5. Now, those tiers by themselves provide us some bonuses. And I'm going to cut it there and go into... just so we have that kind of saved. Because I'm kind of fine with how that went. Here's the game. yeah, that's, well, yeah. But I have the recordings. I can always check. I was jumping back a bit as well. Yeah. What was my last sentence here? And with the global mod, some bonuses. And with now those tiers buy us some bonuses. And they provide us, for instance, for firearms, as we go up in the tiers, we will gain these bonuses in order. So 2%, 4%, 5%, 6%, or 10% of crit chance, which actually, with the firearms one here, does actually not count towards a crit chance cap, which means that it can exceed it. So we can go actually above 60% crit chance. And in this case, at the maximum tier 5, we can actually have, if we are at 60% crit chance, and the good thing is the coyote goes first, actually, so if even with the coyote we're at 60% crit chance, then this 10% still applies over it, and we get up to 70%. Then for the stamina, for each tier of those, gain bonus armor for every 300%, 300 damage that you take, so we can generate some bonus armor there, and that's actually very handy for triggering Intimidate, for instance. And for the electronics, we gain some skill cooldown reductions, and by using one of the skills, we actually reduce the cooldown on the other skill if it is on cooldown. And all three of those actually, of course, are pretty useful, especially a little bit more crit. Then let's start looking at some of the actives and passives. We won't go fully in depth here, as if you want that, there's already an in-depth look into this global modifier on my channel. Here we're going to keep it a little faster. And they provide us for, yeah, let's go here, and then so. As mostly, we'll go over some of the things that I would recommend here instead of going fully in depth. So here we have the links, especially, and one that isn't called a link in the actives. I would recommend actually using either the assault link, the tech link, or the security link. Each of them sets our different stat to 5 the second that you activate it, and locks in all of the others. Also, they will multiply all of our attributes that will be frozen, and they will be multiplied by 4. So that 10% crit chance, for instance, with especially the firearms, we would get 10% crit chance. That 10% is multiplied by 4, 40% crit chance. We can have 100% crit chance if we're starting at 60. And also our passive modifiers values are multiplied by 2, so we gain double effectiveness out of those as well. And that is actually the main usage of the actives here, because also afterwards, all our attribute scores get reset. So while we could actually keep our score going for a while, keeping at higher tiers, so once we reach tier 5 and everything, we can actually keep that for a while, unless we use our actives or die or reset or fast travel or join a different group or things that would, for instance, reset it back down. Because you can actually, once you reach tier 5, kind of keep going with that. And that is actually one of the main ways to play this global modifier. Because we don't per se need to use the actives. They are for 25 seconds, although it can be modified a little bit by how many players are near you when you trigger it. But it is at most, well, in a 4-man team, it's 34 seconds if everybody's near you. And then it's a 60-second cooldown. So you could actually, for, let's say, around 30-ish seconds, have an uptime of this, and then 60 seconds of cooldown, and then keep triggering this over and over and just have that tier 5. Or you could just keep your basically passive bonuses going, and by just keeping your tiers up high, so you gain the main modifier and then, of course, some of the passives.
Friendly control point detected.
Here again. Am I fine with that? I'm gonna fine with that. I'm becoming kind of barky, but it's fine. As especially the passives require either to be at a certain tier or they provide bonuses per tier. So when we're looking at, for instance, here loaded up, while at tier 5 in firearms, it gives its bonuses. For some of the others, it's, for instance, for hazard protection here, for each stamina tier, we gain an amount. All of these bonuses we could actually have going for quite a while if we don't, for instance, trigger the active. But here, of course, once we trigger the active, for instance, we would go back to tier 4, which would be our build's baseline. We would need to get a few kills again to get back to tier 5, and then we would have this, for instance, loaded up active again. So that's the two main ways to play this global modifier. You either activate your active a lot and just use it continuously and kind of rely on that, or you set up your passives to be the strong part and you basically reach tier 5 in everything and just keep it going like that and get a pretty decent bonus out of it. Then when we go to some of the passives, as especially the yeah. We don't have anything super powerful like we did with some of the other seasons. There is no bite the teeth here. There is no microwave coils here. This season is much more tame in comparison, especially most of the time. The active can definitely get you a lot of damage and a lot of output, but for a short duration. We don't have those continuous buffs that we had for past seasons. And while there are a lot of good bonuses for a lot of different builds, there's also, yeah, I would definitely say more bonuses here than we have had for previous season, especially, for instance, having some outgoing and incoming repairs, for instance, having some skill haste turning into skill damage, some protection from elite, some hazard protection, and then just, yeah, some damage parts of it. It is a lot more varied than previous seasons, and it does benefit a lot of different builds. Let's actually, instead of looking at these passives by themselves, although even if you do want that, go watch the in-depth look. Let's actually discuss it in terms of builds. We don't have any. How many minutes are we already? Because yeah, we basically I want to show like several builds and what you pick with them, and then this is the. So we're already on 9 minutes. So yeah, that's fine.
Detected from the control point in proximity.
I think I missed it. And to start out, let's look at just a basic red build. This could just provide, bonuses for any red build here. We're taking Obliterate Striker as a representation of that. What would I go with? So I would grab the Assault Link. Now, the Assault Link would mostly just be there for if I want to trigger to tier 5 before I've really started, but actually I wouldn't most of the time run this or use the active much, and I would just use the passives. So the 3 that I consider kind of the red build picks is Loaded Up, Multitasker, and Best Kind of Defense. Loaded Up gives us crit damage reliant on our crit chance. It isn't much, but it is an okay amount, a little bit of a bonus. Multitasker, also again, a little bit of weapon damage bonus, but then also extra skill tier, which can actually be very useful. And then also the Best Kind of Defense is a little bit of headshot damage, which also, again, is a little bit more damage. We don't have any big damage bonuses, and these 3 are basically it, because a lot of the other things are more leaning towards survivability. So this is what I've been calling the weapon pack. We're taking Loaded Up, Multitasker, and Best Kind of Defense. When you're just putting it on a DPS style, for instance, yeah, not a Headhunter, a DPS style damage build, you just go with these 3. And we're just going to basically do that for... But then for a Headhunter like this, for instance, the crit wouldn't, of course, make any real difference here. The Multitasker for the weapon damage still would. But then what we can take is just in general, there is a protection from elites at 5 tiers stamina. And there is a hazard protection for 7.5% for each stamina tier. Those we can just generally take because more PFE, more hazard protection, both can be pretty useful. For a Headhunter build like this, if we are running the TAC 50, the signature weapon damage for each firearm tier by 10%, actually not a bad pick. Although the TAC 50 already had no issues dropping an elite, of course, even as a starting shot. And that would be kind of the ways I would go for it when it comes to a Headhunter build. We would keep the Best Kind of Defense. This is, of course, just headshot damage. We would need to reach tier 3 in both firearms and stamina. Multitasker would help out a little bit, but yeah, this Loaded Up can go to specialized, or yeah, just a little bit more survivability with extra padding or safety first.
Friendly control point detected.
Yeah, let's set this up. And then moving on to a fire eclipse, for instance, as a representation of some of the skill builds. Now, of course, here we wouldn't want to have assault link, although we could still. This would set our firearms to tier 5. Taking tech link for its bonuses makes a little bit more sense. Then what we want on our passives is especially hands-on. Hands-on is the big one for skill builds for this season. It translates 50% of our current skill haste to skill damage, but we do need to be at electronic tier 5. So we could first trigger that with active, or just trigger it with active in general, or we could just keep at tier 5 and not basically use any of the actives, nor fast travel to a different map and such, and just be at tier 5 for a lot of it. Now, while for instance, and Fire Eclipse doesn't have much skill haste, a lot of skill builds generally will. For instance, a Mortar or Oxy does have a decent amount of skill haste, and that translates to a pretty big bonus from this. Then as well, we have this disrupt resistance, which can be pretty good, and this is also for each electronics tier, so it is actually very much tailored towards having the skill builds. Having that and then safety first alongside of it as well can be pretty good. We could, of course, as well set up ourselves to, for instance, take the skill tier from here. We could be at 5 tiers. So, for instance, if I, on my gear, basically flip the one to a blue core, and then once we are charged up on the tiers, we would gain enough to trigger multitasker, and this would bring in that last tier that we would need. So you could even set it up like that. And then, that is kind of the bonuses towards especially skill builds. One thing you can have as well, which is for more so for turret drone hybrids or such, which have a decent amount of crit damage, because even with the capacitor itself, you have a decent amount there. You can actually get some skill duration. Skill duration by itself, of course, not that worthwhile, but if you can have it just as a bonus on top, not the worst one. Yeah, let's just, don't want to swap characters, so we'll just stay here.
Detected from the control point in proximity.
And then this season as well, there is actually some things for instance, healers. Here, not per se the best representation of a healer. This is hazard protected for in the use in Kantan, but just healers in general. Last season, they didn't have much. You could just use the overdrive to, for instance, just get a little bit or get the overcharge and get a little bit of healing out of that. Here though, we do have supportive, so that going onto any healing build is very nice as we get some incoming incoming and outgoing healing. We do need to be at tier 3 at both stamina and electronics, but if you get enough kills along the way, you will get that. And of course, a full healer will take a little bit of a time to get actually up to these amounts, but over time you will just get there, because you do get if you just get assist on enemies, you also get partial credit. So as long as you're tapping enemies, you can get some of that. Then also, alongside of that, you would, for instance, take the hazard protection, I feel, and the interference blocker here again, just for that hazard protection. Now, of course, this hazard protection is a very strong tool by itself anyway, for any build, but here it would even offset, for instance, what we could have on our build itself. Where we're taking hazard protection on there, we could actually replace that a little bit with this. Do I actually even have a... I do have that. Wait, so let's make sure actually, does it have any... this season as well, there is actually some replace that. Do you recommend crit chance or rate of fire for the build king? Crit chance still. You can usually still lose a little bit of crit damage here and there. Except if it's like on an Umbra or Negotiator. Because, yeah, there's enough times that you'll spend... With that 54, you're doing better on the long range and short range. The reason I put the rate of fire in there, especially with like the comparison ones, is just to give it a better chance. Because that would work better with, usually we're taking medium coyote. But I would rather just take the crit chance. You're a little bit behind on the medium when you're in the 15 to 25. But you're doing so much better when you're, at the 0 to 15. Which happens enough that yeah. That then also brings us to the other way, of course. What builds would we make to make use of some of these modifiers? And yeah, a giveaway should have been the weapon I've equipped here, the Backfire. The Backfire is definitely one of the top picks of this season. It generally was already decent, but situationally so. It is still situationally so, even if we take it with the seasonal. But if we, for instance, have that hazard protection coming from this, we can already remove a little bit of hazard protection if we're making a dedicated build for the Backfire. And one of the reasons you may have seen a lot of it in the recent times is, especially if you're using the Backfire, that is the time to run Assault Link and run it as active. Because of course, we're gaining that crit chance. If we can have 100% crit chance, which we will have if we're at 60 crit chance, and we trigger the active, we'll go to 100% crit chance. And especially a weapon that is very crit reliant, like the Backfire, benefits a lot from that, of course. So do just killer weapons in general, of course. When crit numbers go up, anything that is any talent based on crit is going to benefit from that. That's why you've seen a lot of the Backfire around. And definitely for this season, it can be considered one of the metas and one of the styles of builds I might set up if you're wanting to really take benefit of this.
Friendly control point detected.
Man, let's go back to just normal ass. Oh, what do I have? Actually, it's measured. I made this reservation for part of afternoon's video. Yeah, so I just need to discuss that you don't need to really modify builds, and then we go to outro. And what I'll likely do is stitch in a little bit of footage from the... Because in the up look we had that. I can just take the footage from there. I'll just stitch in some of the footage from that during the parts where we're talking about enemies with their markers. But also in general, you can just run general builds, like for instance, let's say an Obliterate Striker like this, and benefit quite a bit by just running some of the passives. And yeah, I would definitely recommend for a red build, taking that loaded up, taking this multitasker, and then taking best kind of defense as we have here, together with any active, but I'm not going to use the active much. I'm just going to rely on the passives and just keep on coasting on those. We get a little bit of crit chance on top, and the nice thing about it being not bound by the crit cap means that we don't have to alter our build. Our build is just set up the way it always was. This crit chance is just on top of it. And it is very nice that they have set it up that way. And yeah, you don't need to per se really overthink it too much. Look at all of the bonuses here and there. There is still as well other things that benefit quite a bit. Actually, Yeah, let's do one. Actually, now before I do that, let's take this intimidate one because I forgot to talk about that in the in depth as well. So that then also brings us to the definitely styles of builds I might. Let's put these away. And Hather Salt. Yeah. Or the other thing that actually benefits quite a bit from this season is because of this bonus armor that we can receive by taking damage. This damage is also counting if your shield is taking damage. So for instance, on a build like this, which is a pistol, just shooty build basically with Intimidate, we can actually trigger Intimidate early, where normally we would just have to pick up a memento. Here, just getting the shield hit eventually will trigger a little bit of bonus armor, and a little bit of bonus armor is more than enough to trigger Intimidate with. So we can actually have Intimidate up even before, but that does require builds that have, for instance, either they are tanky on themselves or they are tanky on their shields, because of course we do need to take those hits to make that bonus armor happen. But Intimidate, also a very good build. Let's see. I've lost it fully. Another style of build that benefits quite a bit is Intimidate, as from the global modifier, if we take damage, gain bonus armor for every 300k damage you take. This also counts actually from the shield. So for instance, this pistol Intimidate build that I've quite been enjoying, and this pistol tech tank, this, if it takes 300k damage on the shield, that will give us a tiny bit of bonus armor, but a tiny bit of bonus armor is all we need for Intimidate to activate. Normally, we would just do that by picking pickups and from the memento and just triggering it through that. But here, this season, Intimidate actually benefits quite a lot just from that main modifier. You do need a build that can take some hits. So having, for instance, a full red with just a shield doesn't work out, but for instance, a build that is already set up to take some hits, especially on the shield, and then, you know, it gets healed anyway. This works really well for this season as well. That was 2 wells in a row, but it's fine. Let's actually see what our time is at. Oh, we're already on 18. Yeah, we need to round this up. As you know what, let's load up the bestie. Yeah. But mostly as well, you can just run the modifier without actually making any dedicated builds for it. This has been true actually for all of the seasons. While you could make something a little bit more specialized for it, you don't really need to. Especially just taking the trio that we talked about earlier of loaded up, multitasker, and the best kind of defense on any red build works out perfectly fine. And then just running them, and that's how I've been running it mostly, just charging up all the tiers up to 5 and then just keeping it there. Getting the bonuses from these, and yeah, just the extra weapon damage, the extra headshot, that extra skill tier, for instance, here as well for multitasker, helping out quite a bit. If here and there we want a lot of extra damage, we can trigger the active, or you could have that be your playstyle of just triggering the active over and over again and just benefiting just from that. But then you would want to have things that aren't reliant on multiple tiers, for instance, like multitasker. You would just take things that you would have some activeness in anyway, because for instance here, the other one that is for each firearms tiers, for instance, yeah, having this signature weapon damage, and well, even with a minigun or something, you can actually output quite a bit of damage with that. But especially it's nice that the crit chance from this isn't hit by the cap itself, because of course then we would need to change our builds up a little bit. They're done very smartly and added in that it goes over the cap, meaning that whatever build we're running, we'll just run it and we'll get these bonuses on top. And that's actually mostly the way I feel this season's modifier will work out. The best for you is just this main global modifier, this extra crit from this is very strong. And then together, if for red builds, make the choice of these. Look through the passives and actives and see if you can, link them up to what you're running. For instance, yeah, especially hands-on is the main pick for any skill builds. And of course, if you're going for survivability, for instance, having that PFE and hazard protection in there is pretty nice to have. It isn't too complex this season. It takes a little bit of a while to understand it, but once you have the hang of it, you just go with it. That was a weird sentence at the end.
Detected from the control point in proximity.
Let me catch up here for a sec. We plan on making a video on measured assembly set. Maybe. I did jot it down as a build showcase. But I'm not per se in a hurry with it, because actually there's some other builds I want to do first, especially Fire Eclipse comes first, kind of. As that's... yeah, that one needs to happen kind of first. And to quickly recap on everything and conclude this video, unlocking everything, just go through the journey. It is actually pretty quick, and most of us have done it basically in the first week. We had most of the passives and such and actives unlocked. So it goes pretty quick this season. Once you have them, just read through them. Now here, of course, we already gave a few hints as to what to run with which. If you're running a red build, there is basically a selection that fits that really well. Yellow builds the same. And just make sure that your actives and passives are there, and then decide kind of, are you running it with the active and triggering that often, or like most, and me included, just running it and getting those passives up and then just running it as the passives and just having continuous bonuses that are always there. And doing it that way, it is actually a pretty simple season. This season is definitely not as powerful as the last two seasons, especially the Rogue Momentum, of course, with its overcharging and the microwave coils was much more powerful than this. Same for By the Teeth of the first global modifier. This hardcore modifier, as it is called, is definitely not of the same strength, but also the downsides of the enemies aren't as strong. So it is actually pretty handy still to run it. Most of the time, you'll do more damage. The enemies, actually the hostile modifiers. I totally forgot about the hostile modifiers. Wait, structure-wise as well, they need to be by the modifiers. So, wait. Started talking about them there. So they would need to be here. Here. We don't have anything super powerful like we did with some of the other seasons. There is no by the... Okay. Yeah, let's actually do that segment then first. I'll slot it into, wait, what's the last sentence here? We discuss it in terms of builds. We don't have anything. If you do want that, go watch the in-depth look. Let's actually remember we'll put it here. It's the actives, and then before that, into this global modifier on my channel. Here we're going to keep it a little faster. Yeah, I will slot it in there, I think. Yeah, let's do this real quick. As for the hostile modifiers, they are tied to those same icons above the enemy's heads. So as we kill them, we gain their tiers from it, but of course, they also do things for the enemy. Here we have first the firearm marks, which is the red one. They gain weapon damage and movement speed, and yeah, the movement speed can actually be very effective for them to run around much faster than you would expect them to. And damage is actually quite an increase, especially if you're playing somewhat tankier builds. You may want to watch out for the reds. You have to kind of respect the red enemies in this season again. Then for the blue one, what they get is actually an overheal, and then also they get a reduction of a critical hit damage. So this isn't a reduction to any of the weapon damage, headshot damage, or stuff like that. So especially headhunter builds actually only have to kind of deal with the overheal of this, but crit builds do also do reduced damage against these enemies, just as long as you're critting, basically. Of course, this season very much crit dependent. Then on the yellow mark, what they have is actually reductions to damages from skills and also reduced damages to their weak point. If they have a gadget deployed, if they have, for instance, a mini tank out, a turret out, or an RC car out, or whatever else, they will also take minus 33% damage, and this is just from any source in any way. So if an enemy has a blue and a yellow and they have a skill deployed, that means that they have 20% reduction to your crits and also 33% reduction in general. Now, what you of course should do is just destroy the skill, remove that reduction, this 33% reduction, and then just burn through them. There isn't any regen around this season, so it's just slower killing. It isn't anything where we can't actually kill the enemy the way that regen last season sometimes caused, because it is just do more damage and you'll get through them. For the most part, the hostile modifiers, you just have to watch out a little bit for the red enemies, and then the blue enemies, you'll take a little bit longer to kill them, and with the yellow enemies, watch out if they have a skill out. And then that goes into this. As mostly, we'll go over some of the things that I would recommend. And they pro faster. And as especially the passives, we go to some of the passives. We don't discuss it in terms of builds. To start out, let's look at just. I can always cut that and have that segment be doubled over. I'm trying to find like where we stick this one, but let's for now just make this just that so it goes at the start. Then I can always figure it out later. Now we need that. So actually, yeah, fast travel out and back and see if we can get some better weather. Better.
Safe area detected.
So let's get the outro for this video done. Well, actually, you know, yeah, I should maybe. Because wait, so I did this end. Let's actually discuss it in
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
Shut up, Manny.
Kelso had to go.
I could hear myself.
Safer
If you
for
do
us
want
if
that,
she's not here.
go watch the in-depth look. Let's actually discuss it in terms of builds. Because then goes into here. What was the first sentence? As for the hostile modifiers, they are. Yeah, let's actually. I need a transition piece there. Because I'll just cut off that. Let's go look at builds. Instead of that, I'll just go. I'll cut that off and then go to hostile modifiers, and then from there go to the rest, and then. Oh well, and then after that one. then we'll say, and now let's go look at some builds.
Detected from the control point in proximity.
Now let's go. Actually, that's too far. I need some trimming space. And now let's go. And now let's go discuss this actually in the term of builds. That makes sense. And now let's go discuss this actually and how it affects builds and how. Yeah. Wait, how does this sentence just not work? Kind of works in my head, but doesn't out loud. Yeah, let's go with a different one. And now let's actually go discuss it by looking at builds and looking at what we would pick for them. That makes that works much better. Yeah. Let's be there. It's this one, right? Yeah. Okay. And then we just need the actor. Why is it foggy? Wasn't foggy a second ago. It's fine. Doesn't need to be anything special. So wait, how did it end here? What was the last sentence here? But mostly as well, you can just run the motoring of it. You just go with it. And to conclude it on this global modifier, it is actually one that is quite interesting because we can run it very actively by just running the active a lot and then setting up our passives and such for that, just so that that one active actually activates multiple things. Or we just run it where we charge up the passives, basically get the tiers up and just keep going like that. I've been running it mostly in that second way, where I've just been getting the kills in, getting everything to tier 5, getting the bonuses from that, and just continuously running that together with the trio of especially in the red builds, the trio that we kind of talked about of passives. And doing it that way, you actually, in most cases, except for when you are running against enemies with a blue hostile modifier or with the yellow hostile modifier with the skill out, generally you're just still killing faster than without. And that's the thing of this season especially as well. It isn't as powerful as, for instance, Rogue Momentum was with its microwave coils, nor the season before that with By the Teeth and being at long range being very, very powerful. This season is much more tame, but also on the hostile end, it is also a lot more tame because the hostile modifiers isn't as impactful as it was for previous seasons. It will take a little bit longer to kill enemies, feeling a little bit as if like Ragers is active. And of course, this season we can have Ragers on top of everything, so then it's even a little slower. But overall, you'll be going faster with the modifier than without. And I've been really enjoying the modifier just for that little bit of shift up, because what it really does is some enemies you have to watch out for when they have red, some enemies you have to watch out for, especially if they get a skill out and they have yellow plus maybe blue on top. And that just little shift in gameplay is kind of all I need out of a modifier. Then on top of that, the modifiers for us are not too overpowered. They do add a little bit of damage. They complement certain builds a lot more than some others, and they are pretty effective. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. I hope to catch you in the future, As always, have a good night. There we go. And to conclude it on this global modifiers, have a good night. Well, actually, normally the ending of actually nah. Let's just. I've been doing more have a good nights at the end of these, or just not like redoing only the tips. Because for some of them, I do like doing it where it's actually just. Or maybe we do that. Can I cut this somewhere? For us, or not too overpowered. They do add a little bit of damage. They complement certain builds a lot more than some others. And they are pretty effective. Yeah, we can cut it there. Pretty effective. And then, yeah, let's actually do that. Because, yeah, this actually does fit that. And if you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do a little bit of shilling here. If you want the much more in-depth version, that is already up on my channel. You can go watch the in-depth look into the hardcore global modifier, as we'll go very in-depth, and that's also why I made this somewhat shorter version, even though it is still pretty long. But remember, this was only the tip. I feel that that's more the way to kind of do it. And if you did enjoy this video, and then, yeah, it should have been because this is only the, even though it is still pretty long. But remember, this was only the, yeah, no, let's redo that. Because remember, this is only the, yeah. And if you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do that. A little bit of shilling. And if you want a much more in-depth look into this, please go watch the video that's already up on my channel, the in-depth look into the hardcore global modifier. As we go in pretty long, and this one is definitely here because that one went pretty long. So I wanted to make a somewhat shorter version, making it so that this is only the tip. That's kind of fine. And if you did enjoy this video, please making it so that this is only the tip. Kind of comes out of nowhere, actually. That's good. That's fine. Yeah. Let's close that. That can go. Okay, and a bunch of stuff open. Yeah, let's take this back here. And everybody's joining in, and also actually maybe catching that, thinking it's the end or ending. I was just, yeah, recording a video for tomorrow because I actually recorded a video for today, earlier today. But then I decided actually that I was mistaken. So, seeing as I want to take a little bit of time to fix up that video, we're swapping it out basically to the global modifier video. Let's actually see. So how long is it in total? Because it's actually a little bit longer than I want it to be, isn't it? I wanted to hit actually like 15 to 18. But I think we're way beyond that. We're 25. That's still okay. That's still okay. Also, it's going to cut out like 4 minutes in total or something because we're cutting out whole segments. Yeah. Let's go and actually play this video game I kind of like a little bit. For some reason, this control point got uncaptured to this. I have no idea why. Because even if an enemy faction captures it, it wouldn't be this, right? I have no idea how that happened. You know what? Let's actually do the... let's actually do the infrastructure key bounty. Let's get that in real quick.
Target is nearby.
And then we'll jump over likely. Yeah, let me capture that control point afterwards as well. And then we'll jump over likely the second account and just get. I still need to do like day 5, 6, and 7, I think. From I'm gonna go through here. From the event, which I just need to get caught up on. So maybe we do that, and then maybe we spend a little bit of time on the hardcores. 40-day. Oh, wait, where am I going? And then tomorrow well, later on after the stream, I'll stitch together that video and get it ready for tomorrow. And then, yeah, at some point in the future, I'm gonna redo parts of the medium mats thing. Because also, yeah, it turns out that me saying, because I've said that a few times in recent ones of like, we should do crit chance, crit damage differently, but, or, you know, if you want to do the quick comparison, no, it turns out it's actually, yeah, you have to just take crit chance and crit damage. You don't need to add, you don't need to treat one as a multiplier, the other as a rate, because that's not how that works at all. Which I should have actually concluded on my lonesome, but I let some others influence me into thinking that was the case. Mostly because otherwise, yeah, it doesn't line up with the DPS calculation, but actually neither of them does. But there is a reason for that, and that is because you should actually treat it differently if you want it to line up with the DPS calculations, which is to add a 1+ in at the end. Which is what
Friendly control point nearby.
Actually happens
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
In the full calculation. That's also for those that maybe saw that video already and now are like, wait, it got deleted? Yeah. Well, actually, well, it's set to private, but I'm gonna delete it. As it turns out, I was right the first time. For once. Usually I'm not right the first time. Oh, some animations. And let's clear out around this. Let's just capture this control point again. Just want to have it as a fast travel point. To make a Euro transfer build with wild mass. I'm guessing X0. Guessing that's autocorrect. Might be a good option, or would BTSU glove be better? I generally go with the BTSU glove. So for X0, like the layout that I kind of like is I just character 3, isn't it? Is this way, and then yeah, with the BTSU glove, and mostly the BTSU glove just to wait, which one is it? 3.6. I'll link to it. to reset the turret. That is actually much more useful, I feel, than the val. So this is usually how I have mine set up as. Keep in mind though that X0 isn't the best or anything. It has kind of the issue that it has is, that was kind of the build showcase with it as well, was it's all fine and stuff, but Eclipse is better. Which is, you know. And basically in all ways Eclipse is better. But yeah, especially having that overcharge there kind of feels a little bit better than the val takes.
Serious trauma detected.
He's just gonna kill her. Oh! I'm like, who's shooting me from over there? There's my answer. Quite the angle she got there on me. Maza.
Agent?
Guess that's it. We're done.
The supply room.
Supply room access unlocked.
There, we captured it. First and D1. Returning player. Yeah. It is kind of fire cresty, indeed. It's not like, it is still definitely doable and usable. More just so you know. Going in with the right expectation is usually actually the kind of the important part, because some like builds that are lesser, they can still be enjoyable to run just because they are, you know, different. Because you definitely play X0 different than you do Eclipse. Yeah, let's take this character back and get them cleaned up for a second. And then let's swap account to second account.
Entering safe area.
Well, actually, before I do, I still let me grab those. I keep forgetting.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
Because I finished Journey
It's safer
7,
for
but
us
I
if
still
she's
haven't
not
grabbed
here.
it actually. I've like finished Journey 7 like a while back. There's exotic caches. So actually, I think that's one of the LMGs I needed. Oh no, I already have. Oh my. Wait, was it the military? Yeah, this one needs replacing with a crit chance one.
Will you do not run outside to check something out?
Let's get all these popped. Also, yeah, next week, starting Monday on the 9th, we'll go back to playing quite a bit of Div 1 with global events. I forgot actually what the name was again.
Thanks for your business.
Because yeah, we've had Ambush, Assault, Outbreak. Which one's remaining? Is there anything else I needed to do here? No. Yeah, let's go to the second account. Let's get caught up on the slingshot thing. Not that the slingshot is worth having per se, but I do want to get that event caught up on that account. And today likely we won't jump into Warframe. Might do some more on Saturday. Blanking on what the password was there. But we'll just spend some time here on second account and on the hardcore. Also tonight, yeah, I'm not gonna make it late at all, because after the stream I want to stitch together that video already and have it maybe go up, and then tomorrow morning before I go to work I'll make a thumbnail and stuff and send her off. Wait, how is this still getting views even though it's on private? Yeah, let's actually delete that one. Well, lately that was just like people still watching it. Yeah, let's go to this character. That's not the right scene.
Safe area detected.
Yeah, so we did these already because I've never reset the
Agent, I need to
map.
debrief with Schaefer.
So we just have
Kelso
these
had to
go.
go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
I care about
Priority objective available.
directives, not really. Let's just get through them. Let's grab a priority objective there. Institution Hall. I'm on 94. Next week we'll be done with the season on this character as well. Yeah, let's just go start. It was these, right? Yeah, so Metro Ruin, Single Solar, basically skipping that one. Let's go capture him. Start over here. It's gonna. What do I want to run actually? I'll run Negotiator. Haven't run much negotiating. Because we could always run Heartbreaker Tech Tank, which is what I have on. Oh yeah, let's run Negotiator. We'll run the spread damage version. It's on the LMG killer as well.
Some new contracts.
And then we'll run the backpack version of Negotiator. You know what, let's just kill this named group here. So we don't have any named groups in some of the other places, although actually none of the other ones would matter. Why did the RC car pat that away? So, I know, a negotiator, we want to get in the mindset of marking multiple enemies and then shooting them.
A hostile control point detected.
You know what, I'll take a free exotic. Is that patrol coming or going? Let's just kill them to you. Do I have the modifier on? I do. I wish I would actually show the
Assistance needed.
thing always.
Damn it, no!
The tiering thing. Is that where you would instantly spot if that thing is on or not? Well, let's make sure we have the right one is equipped. All right. Extra patrol. And yeah, especially enemies like that LMG dude is a great target to mark several other things and then shoot that LMG dude because he has a lot of things. Also, I'm gonna call them in here right away and then engage. It's kind of dangerous, but
Reinforcements incoming.
let's live dangerously. Doing this would kill him. Yeah. Since the buffs as well to the backpack,
Heavily armored hostile.
they should have been pretty good. That buff, I feel, kind of flew under the radar for a lot of people.
Need more shells!
I've got your back. Die, you asshole.
Serious trauma detected.
Eh,
Agent out of action.
get a shit out. I just wanted to stagger him with that. Yeah, here, for instance, would have named. Anything else I've marked is definitely gonna die.
Almost made it.
Incoming hostiles detected. Hostile broadcast detected.
So I should grab our LMG.
Putting up a turret. Trouble here.
How's that? Convoy coming in.
Heavily armed hostile supply convoy.
One of the reasons here I usually call it in right away is otherwise they'll get caught up into this. They'll get kind of. Also, you guys want to help me fight? No? They're just not even in combat yet.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
They're on the lunch break.
Moving into cover. Right here. The bastard's here.
was when we kill a bunch of enemies without ever actually having shot at them.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, that's the convoy.
Watch out! Sneaking up on us. Gotta pull out now!
Vital signs
Wait.
critical.
How did you get there? Lady keeping me out of combat or out of corner.
Incoming hostiles detected. Supply room access unlocked. Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby.
Yeah, especially if we can spawn camp them a little bit.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Is that pretty good? So one thing I'm still unsure of, I haven't actually tested that,
Not now.
is how the crit reduction works when it comes to this. Could actually
You took him down.
see about getting some footage. Especially so if it's going to or coming from an enemy with blue. Going to an enemy with blue, I'm going to be quite sure it's not going to be affected by it. Because that's the way that the game underlying kind of does that, is with skill damage. It's not actually crit. It's tea time. No, wait till after tea, yeah. I mean, everybody needs a break sometimes. Have a break, have a control point. What's this? That's okay. So also as you get our elite resource convoy.
Detected hostile supply convoy. Heavily armed. Hostiles guarding location nearby.
And yeah, let's move it on down. I did get Cassie and stuff, right? Yeah, I did get them, yes. About the Vector 9mm, well, there's two of them. Both of them are some of the best ones. Yeah. So the one's the Tactical Vector SPR 9mm. This one, I would consider this one the top SMG at the current time. The other one is a little bit below it, to a degree that I would just pick the attack vector over the Vector SPR 9mm. But both of them are 9mm. So. Although we call one the attack vector usually. But both are pretty high up there. The difference especially is the other one, the 53 round one, gives up a little bit of damage, but then yeah, has a few rounds more. Gives especially up quite a bit up in burst damage.
Let's get a turret up.
Oh. Second, I thought that heavy was in the control point, which normally is not really a possibility unless it's like a elite patrol or something. Definitely not part of the control point itself, unless it's a name. Really keep an eye out on some of these numbers and see if we can spot the crits. The interesting things with negotiators as well, the damage spread is of course not reliant on range or anything. One of the things you can use negotiator for is, especially with, for instance, SMG or something, you can mark far away things and then shoot something in optimal range to get your damage out. That's actually likely a much better way to extend optimal range effectively than something like slingshot ever really is. This guy's gonna drop loot because these heavies always drop loot.
And that's how you do it.
We'll survive this if we all stick together.
When they're fighting like these random encounter ones, when they're fighting 3 allies, those heavies always drop loot. 45 I didn't like. That one has that it has a long rail. That's the big difference for it. All two are pretty close to each other damage-wise, and then the SMG-9 is the other good SMG in the category.
Hostiles detected.
Specifically the SMG-9 and not the 9A2, although both are pretty close to each other. Where are you going? You're supposed to assault me. And one of the things with negotiators is, like we saw that on that purple there for a second, especially when you have marked enemies. And that was also, I think as well, I still would maybe lean towards negotiator for solo legendaries. Because the enemies that you mark, you stagger them as well. So what is quite often happening is, especially if you're shooting multiple enemies in front of you, you're just like hitting a bunch. You're like staggering the other enemies that are marked. And that makes quite a bit of difference. In, you know, how many shots you're taking. Corner of the red barrel. Oh, is a resource convoy.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Serious trauma detected.
You're forgetting this gate isn't solid.
Down. Incoming hostiles detected.
Thank you. Still found for the exotics in DZ. I love the one that would upgrade them to 40, yes. Or even 30. Because yeah, they can drop at those levels. Thing is though, that's you're asking for, you know, it's very rare. Like I did. How many likely with the DZ method? Definitely like 20 watch outs, right? At least. Or even 20, like let's guesstimate 30. So I did 30 of those. I didn't see one of
From
those.
the control point in proximity.
Well, in there. One of the like raid or incursion ones or legendary ones. They're not like it's you would honestly still be way better off just finding a group to take you through raid or incursion or any of those. Like, that's just going to be a lot easier, honestly. But also, if you're looking for teams and stuff, there's a bunch of places you can sign up, and there are basically raid teams, and they just carry people through. So, for instance, a friend of the channel, Toasty, he does Iron Horses ones, but there's also like communities like GC Rock and DJ Tickle's community, which you can just sign up, and basically they have teams already, and they just carry you through, basically. Like, it doesn't. Well, they just give you the easy rolls, and you don't have to per se do much. You don't have to do any of the like harder stuff. They just all take care of that. You're just there as an extra body, and just hey, if you have some damage, nice, it'll go a little bit faster. If you don't, they still have enough to cover.
Hostile broadcast detected.
I'll grab this along the way. That was better, but what is a spare to level 30? That one's still also good. Like, it's not the worst one at all. Because at least it wasn't like a UMP or something. And yeah, if you have a level 30 SPR one, then definitely go with that. Overall, I would consider Attack Factor a little bit better than the non-tactical. It's also not a humongous difference. What is it with extra patrols today? Every control point we've reached, there's been something extra. So I should call him in.
Reinforcements incoming.
I don't need to break this up into 2 fights, and let's just break it. Also, actually, with Negotiator, for instance, it's actually better to have longer fights. Because you have that stacking buff, which I'm almost full on. And that dissipates when we are no longer in combat.
Reinforcement.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out of action.
Move into their flank. Fuck the division.
Luckily, this other guy didn't push. How much crit was that actually? Oh, it actually dropped there for a second. It was a little second out of combat. It's 40 crit, right? Yeah.
Incoming hostiles detected.
I don't remember if it was 40 or 42 actually. Or 48. For some reason I thought it was 48. Oh, nice. 20 stacks of tea. I need some ammo. Use it as a damage spread there.
Coming around us. They're after you. I'll cover you. Stay the fuck away.
Heavily armored.
Also nice for moments like this where I mark that guy so I know he's gonna die when I do this.
Serious trauma detected.
I'll watch your back.
And then we got our old glory here as well. Oh, I still need to check actually. Are any of those things still, any of those textile ones still here? Oh, and hey there, Windsor. Actually, missed that earlier. But hey there. Listen. It's more, it's topical for the time being. Slingshot kind of reminded us all to look at the UMP and go like, you know what? Even if life sucks, at least we're not a UMP. If you think you're having a bad day, just remember, at least you're not a UMP.
Okay, let's move out.
Can I get past that? There. Yeah, let's go get Navy Plaza. Let's go from this side. Do not bother with active, not much. Not unless I'm like tryharding or something. Unless we need something to try hard for. The passives by themselves are pretty big bonuses.
Hostile control point nearby.
Oh, well, not big bonuses, but they add up. Because the thing is, after the active, it would be back down to not having even uploaded for at least a few kills.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Either join us and earn your place in the history books, or take your chances and be forgotten.
Well, actually, well, with negotiator, yeah, I would. As I'm just too lazy, like, we don't need that for you. We're just doing some control points. But yeah, actually, yeah, negotiator would benefit quite a bit from 100% spread. Yeah, you know what? We'll activate it on the defense here. When we're doing the shooting the crates. Oh, the thing is, of course, like even without, we still have that 10% because the second I do the active as well, I'm going to 6% afterwards. Extra crit chance. For a while. Also in group it's easier to go for the active more just because you have more enemies and just even getting assists on them gives a decent amount.
Serious trauma detected.
Whereas solo, you just have less enemies and then not all of them marked, of course, and stuff.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I don't have a clear shot. Find cover.
Great fighting here. So you should watch out. He's gone already.
Damage.
This guy's has a thing deployed. No, let's do it on the defense here. I don't think it's gonna be 25 seconds isn't enough for all the waves, likely.
Reinforcements en route.
Go, go, go!
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yeah. The spread, that's kind of cool, yeah. I just forgot I was on negotiator.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Yeah, now it's run out.
Hostile control point detected.
So it's a good thing, yeah. I think I would still, like, yeah, negotiator does benefit quite a bit, so maybe we go for the active, but generally on striker and stuff, we just use it passively, basically. We just get the bonuses going, but it's just the continuous bonuses all the time. It's kind of, feels a little bit better than, because loaded up isn't per thing as well, right? Yeah, well, at tier 5, so this even isn't even active at all. So basically, we have none of the passives at the time being, and then just 6% from the main modifier instead of 10. Oh, we're full up on these already again. At some point they really need to do something about this. Just have an open all. Even if it just, you know, still goes through and just has to do all of the animations and stuff just because server calls and such, that's fine. As long as it's, you know, not forcing the player to actually put the inputs in. I think I still haven't done actually with any of the, or with the modifiers. Is actually, for instance, DUA boss fight or something. Because I feel like in when the boss spawn, if everybody triggers their active. Because also if you have your passives up to level and then you lock everything at, you know, above so that most of the passives are active, then you also gain quite a, yeah, you gain way more. Yeah, let's go assault from this. Want to avoid going to a shared space and losing my my store demands. Do I want the bunny? Oh no, actually there's. That was a snitch there. Does Div 1 have that? What do you mean that? The links in Div 1 were just cooldown ones where like each of them gave you bonuses to certain things. It wasn't, you know, there was no passives and stuff, so like the tactical link, which was the red link, gave you a ton of rate of fire and reload speed and a bunch of things like that. But was just for the rest of it, mechanically, it was just also it was a skill. It would also have a skill cooldown. Open to all. Oh no. Division 1 has the same issue. It just doesn't give you that many caches as Division 2. But no, for instance, yeah, when doing the dailies and stuff, you have to just sit there and open the caches. Actually, it all takes longer. You don't even have the quick opening on PC like you have in Div 2. So you just have to sit there and just, you know, have the whole circle go. But also, it just doesn't shower you with caches the way that Div 2 sometimes does, like with 5 times XP. Oh, there's 2 extra patrols. Actually, that's I didn't even per se think about that, but 10% extra crit for negotiator is also
Agent incapacitated.
really gonna impact how much negotiator, how well negotiator ranks.
Reinforcements incoming.
Surprise, actually, yeah, totally kind of forgot about
Serious trauma detected.
Dre. I mean negotiator.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
There's a 10% extra crit, just as a general one, and then spreading that around. That by itself has a lot of value.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Immediate medical assistance needed.
This guy's just gonna walk up on me.
Hostile broadcast detected.
No time for compassion! Can't take more punishment!
There is always time for compassion. You know it.
Hostiles detected.
One thing's with negotiator and like strikers and all of those things, actually, the minigun actually, yeah, you do get, you know, negotiator going through it. actually pretty good. It's pretty powerful, actually.
New mag goes in here. I can give you cover.
Hostile broadcast picked up. Heavily armored hostile detected. Serious trauma detected.
Don't see any more.
That minigun's pretty good.
Fighting off. One day at a time.
Minigun's nice, yeah. Although strikers as well actually still works through it. It takes the stats of the player underneath, basically, so. But negotiator with miniguns has always been like, it's one of the better ones to have on there. Thing is though is yeah, you are pretty exposed. That's always why we generally like don't take the miniguns. It's too easy as well to get hit. Yeah, let's go be over here. Let me take that tower to control before we go in. This is kind of an MG5. Oh, Sleipnir. I need to remove most of my Sleipnir still. They need to just become Mark 46s or M249s with Frenzy. Sleipnir just doesn't work with that 9 seconds.
How do you like my driving?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
That's with a grade 25 weapon as well, but
Key detected.
this negotiator actually feels pretty good. I wonder, yeah, it's weird I actually didn't look into that. Did actually look into how much negotiator gains from an extra 10% spread. So 10% crit, and because of that, an extra 10% spread. This actually feels pretty good. A negotiator never felt bad. Only big downside of negotiator is the single target damage. Sometimes you're just left with one target and then it just feels a little underwhelming in comparison to some other builds.
Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby. Friendly combatants nearby.
God damn it. Maybe we just take it from long here. Because it is like 4 extra patrols here. Because normally I would like to push up on this left side. But let's just do this. Yeah, I don't want to call it in here because I want to spawn camp them.
Friendly combatants detected. Incoming hostiles detected.
Maybe now I can push in.
Vital signs critical.
Blind firing a grenade launcher. Why not?
Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
I need us to be closer.
Friendly combatants.
Really, the need was that. There we go.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Setting up turret.
But in the right situations where we can output all three, like mark 3 targets and continuously kind of hit 3 targets, negotiator can equal striker. Thing is though that, yeah, while we're getting that here, we just don't get that in
Friendly combatants detected.
And then also you have like raid boss,
Heavily armored hostile detected.
which, yeah. That's a heavy. It's also nice because we can just
Immediate medical assistance needed.
mark other things. Why was I faced? God damn it, game. Why did it shoulder that away? Yeah. It's fine. I should have cut my losses and called them me. What I should have done is just wipe right away and just not deal with 2 extra patrols and patrol the convoy and control point. Well, the thing is that you don't have to change them too much. It becomes a moot point because of that, but it's let's save it in loadouts. The thing would be though, you would have to like set that up in all loadouts and stuff. It would be nice if it had its own like 5 loadout slots or something where you could just, you know, push one button and have like a selection. Because saving it to loadouts would also kind of have its own issues, I feel. Mostly because you would kind of feel tied to just, you know, the ones that you've set up, or just you have to like save all your loadouts again. Also, that would become also annoying with like previous season ones, because keep in mind that we can use those in previous seasons.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Wait, God damn it. Remember that part where this is exactly what I didn't want? That is Salter. I'm just gonna reset and return. Not in the mood. Launcher. It's not very recommended. It's just I recently did it a lot for Hollywood. Because yeah, with Hollywood you just need to send it in the general vicinity. There though, yeah, I couldn't peek because there was basically 8 guns pointed my way. So then we just blind fire stuff. It was enough to get the enemy off of the
Detected.
minigun. Let's go deal with these guys, because if I don't, then quite often they just come up behind me.
Eat this.
I'll set up a turret.
Damn. I thought I could. Get the fuck back. We are mag change.
Oh, like that, everybody kind of died at once.
Hostile control point nearby.
Okay, now can I get up there before engaging? GTA 6 when it comes out, likely not when it comes out. I generally don't play any game really when it comes out. At the very least, like 5-6 months later. Give them some time to get their shit together. Please. But likely I will. I've enjoyed plenty of GTA 5 already. And also, yeah, it is kind of in my wheelhouse of third-person shooters.
Friendly combatants nearby.
But yeah, likely not till like whenever it comes out, like 5-6 months later.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I think nice things about Negotiator with especially those shield guys, you can just shoot the shield, mark the enemy behind it, and then if you shoot other enemies, you're just gonna kill the guy behind the shield, so I don't have to go through the shield. Or you can use them to, you know, mark other enemies and just shoot the shield because it has a lot of health before it breaks. There we go. That's how this fight is supposed to go. When there isn't like 5 other fights with it. Anyway, we definitely don't want to call them in on this one, because we're gonna go spawn
Friendly
camp.
combatants detected.
Because I haven't seen it before. In this place, they all spawn from one little spot over there.
En route.
And we're gonna
Detecting
abuse
additional
that.
hostile contacts. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Rip him apart.
I've got your back. Thought you could run.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Wait till I get my...
Vital signs critical.
Not my hive. Oh, there was a high likelihood there of getting downed once, but that's fine. This one named might have gotten a shot off. There we go.
Supply room access unlocked.
I'm gonna stream it. I mean, likely yes, if I if I play it. But likely by the time I play it, it's already, you know. It will have already lost a lot of interest, which I'm also gonna fine with as well. But also it's a big if I actually do. There's plenty of other big games that I've been meaning to play and haven't.
Come here, you.
Well, GTA is a little bit bigger than some of those Honestly, not by much. Because actually, I still haven't played Elden Ring. I would be actually pretty interested in that. Armored Core, actually, I realized recently that, oh yeah, I still haven't. Because I've quite enjoyed actually past Armored Cores. This one's definitely a different taste than the other ones, but. But yeah, there's like a ton of games
Hostile control point
I
detected.
would love to try out, but also at this point I just play what's the GTA? I just play Division. Like I've become one of those guys that just plays a game, and I'm kind of fine with it, honestly.
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected.
I'll likely even turn into one of those guys that when Division 3 comes out, I'll still be doing it. Likely not. Depends what Division 3 actually becomes. Because it still could become a card game. Tradable card game. That looks like the World War II soldier. I don't remember the name, but it's not the foot bundle. Yeah, I mean, that's the one you get from that one side mission, right? This one you mean? Retro field uniform. This is from the side mission from here, which is just, just gettable. Those guys coming or going? They're going, so let's give them a second to go. It was an Armored Core set. Lazy. Yeah, I need to actually just play it still. It did look quite improved over old Armored Cores, but I always enjoyed Armored Cores in the past as well as kind of the build system and stuff in there. We're waiting at the Elite Convoy. Just not going to deal with them. Also, in the meantime, I can fill up my water bottle and catch up here. Last or even better. I'm trying to like kind of replace them all because I've played most of them. I think the one I've played the most is 4, I would think. And so 4 had a bunch of offshoots, right? And 5 even as well had a bunch of offshoots, right? But yeah, they kind of melted together.
Friendly combatants nearby.
This one I'm gonna call it in. Let's actually pause first.
Reinforcements incoming.
These markers are kind of nice for spotting incoming stuff like that. Really just need that guy gone and then I can spot him.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, she's no longer in trouble because she's
Combatants detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
You know what? That extra 10 crits feels like it's making the difference.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I'll get it.
Yeah, kind of forgot about Negotiator, it seems.
Vital signs critical.
It's kind of weird, actually. Yeah, I should have leaned towards Negotiator
Detecting
as far as
additional
builds that are
hostile contacts.
affected by crit. This one should have come up in my mind a learn. I'm gone for now. Yeah, I saw the video you put up.
And you'll die.
But yeah, let's see what it actually means in the end.
I can't shoot from here.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Well, hopefully he can get back on his feet somehow and then, you know, things going.
Serious trauma detected.
Almost destroyed.
Hmm.
Time to kill. Going around. Fucking armor's gone.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out of mission.
Planked me. What a beach.
Thanks for the help, Agent.
Oh, does that slingshot go to the stash, I'm guessing then? Because my inventory is full. Yeah, let me catch up here.
Supply room access unlocked.
Would have been much tougher without you. Thanks.
Wait, on PC doing
Not sure
some.
we would have made it
Really,
without
like, yeah.
Thank you.
No, back then I was on the console, so played them back on there.
Friendly combatants detected.
Secure this place. Now.
And one of the custom credits was available on the mine 9 months ago. World War II soldier? I'm not on my main account. On this one, I don't have all the apparel.
Try and stop me.
I'm like trying to remember other like historical style.
We're going to need the division. Just a minute.
Kind of likely, likely I'm just blanking on it now. You could always, yeah, if you want to really have the answer, if you put it in the Discord, I can check when I'm on my main account.
Hello
It's right there. If you have access to, oh, I mean, anybody can have access to it, but yeah, you already are on my community Discord.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate it.
Because I do have basically almost all of the apparel, just a few exceptions. So I could check there. Yeah. Make sure. Yeah, up there. Yeah, did that slingshot go here then? I'm guessing, yeah. And the other caches too. Yeah, so not the right one, but we've learned our lesson, of course. We do want to keep this one. Let's actually, yeah, let's farm the hoarder for a hot minute. And see if we can get the detox one. Not because it's useful, but just the collector me wants it. For this again. I already have on main account, we already are set, man. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, I should check what was buyable for textiles, right? If anything still is. I wonder, or is that sale already passed? Forgot to check actually last week. Also, it's not that I care too much on apparel on this
Glad to
account.
see you, Agent.
Yeah, just keeping an eye out for some of the talents though. Oh, yeah, I should donate that first. Okay, for yeah, let's take this off. These are the things they were. Are those like separately in? Like in as that? Because you can you sort here by textile Bible? No. Eh. I'll look it up later if it is still even up. Hoarder. Yeah, let's grab the hoarder a few times. Let's not grab that for him. Let's grab something that has a little bit more upfront damage, maybe. For instance, and there's Fury. Let's go with Ridgeway. Yeah, let's farm him up a little. Those Vietnam Confuser, others are going I know of. Which one was that one though, then?
Hostile control point nearby.
Can't even remember a Vietnam bro. Like when I see it go like, hey, that one. But yeah, none is coming to mind right away. Yeah, let's farm the order for a bit. It's just lazy farming. We'll just farm DZs out. Anyway, log out and log in to make it more consistent, and then
Safe area entered.
go here. Oh, is it? Okay, I can look at that's the set.
Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Of course. And the first one he doesn't. Usually once I get him to spawn, then becomes pretty consistent. Sometimes he's a little awkward on the first spawn. We'll just jump between some of the places he can't spawn in.
Let's see what these. Shit.
Should actually turn off the modifier. Ah, I was gonna say if I get a detox on the very first one, I feel some people are gonna be mad at me. Actually, you know what? Let's do the mission reset way. Because one of the things you can do here is if you set the mission, it's kind of easier if it's invaded because then the mission is already set. We go in here and then we log out. Then when we log back in, we'll put us right there, saving us a fast travel. Oh yeah, Explorer. Let's grab that actually after this one. Or like have a look at it.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had
Manny,
to go.
I need to
Said it
debrief
was
with the
safer for
Hoarder.
us if she's not here.
Safer for him if he just gives me an detox. whatever that was. Slingshot. Explorer, you say? Because then I'm just curious which one I'm not thinking of. Oh, this one? Ah, okay. Yeah, yes. Totally forgot about this guy. But yeah, this one's from this, then, yeah. Paratrooper. Then, yeah, that one was from Apparel Event. They haven't been rerunning. I wish they would. They reran a bunch of Apparel events, or well, like 2 seasons in or 3 seasons in a row or something. They reran Apparel events. And then they stopped with that, and then Apparel events in general. I wish they would rerun Apparel events more. Plan for a week and now it's shutting down? Wait, weren't you in the FA? Is the FA shutting down? No, right? Feel I would have heard. Or is it just a sub-clan of it? Because yeah, they have like dozens of clans, right? Wait, where's the... wait.
Let's see what
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to
Just trying
go.
to find the Discord
Said it was
there. Right,
safer for
Discord
us if
open.
she's not here.
armor's a piece of shit.
This was what? You get a bunch of them to donate. Even if they're wrong, it's kind of fine because we'll just donate them. Oh, it's all shut down. Okay, what? I feel there's a story there that I'm not yeah. But is it Discord gone? Or am I just blind? No? Yeah, no, the Discord's gone. What? Yeah, so yeah, that one was already, so that's the one I thought first as well of, because yeah, especially World War II, that one like doesn't look World War II to me, especially the inflatable thing. But yeah, the person that was asking already said that wasn't it, so we're guessing it's that one.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
Well, I mean, it's not
Kelso had to go.
historically, but it's kind of
Safer
like
for
from
us
that
if she's
era.
not here.
Because yeah, I wouldn't say that looks right for... It looks closer to Vietnam than it would to World War II. At least for American stuff. But like as well, it's just a kind of mishmash kind of thing. It's more supposed to look like something than be exactly something. That's true of a lot of the apparel. Okay, anyway.
Safe area detected.
Is it just that their Discord got hacked or something then? Because that's not
Agent, I
uncommon.
need to
That a Discord gets nuked because of, you know, hacked bots or something.
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
But I would be surprised if, because especially like big clans like that, usually it doesn't shut down or anything. It's, you know, it splinters sometimes, or, you know, people go like, hey, I'm gonna go make my own clan with blackjack and hookers and other forms of TOS violations. It's usually more that than like. Because even if like somebody doesn't want to lead anymore, somebody else is usually willing to take up that mantle. Like unless like the entire, you know, the command structure, all of it is kind of rotten or something. Let's,
Brief was Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
yeah, it seems
Said it
they're
was safer for us if
Discord,
she's not
but
here.
yeah, I wonder what happened there.
Let's see what these guys have got.
Instead of seeing what these guys have got, I'll see what you have. Hey, there we go. That one's pretty expensive though. But it'll do. Although, you know what, let's, yeah, because this would be pretty expensive. We'll definitely hang on to that one, but also let's keep farming. Because also if we get other ones, and if we don't get a better one, we can still donate all of these. That's from the original, yeah. Was that the one you were looking for, Fitzies? The Explorer one? But yeah, those ones, so they haven't, I don't feel they've done reran any of these or like paying for them. But actually with the right vest, this doesn't look too bad actually. So, but I think you can just buy the parts at least if you like really want it. you can buy the parts. Or you can buy the outfit, I mean. Because it is available through there.
Let's see what these guys.
That one can be donated. So actually I full up am I on these resources now. Okay. We donate some of this. Because we're gonna get some more here anyway. What am I not proficient with yet? Skills, yeah. Let's just donate to the fortified. Otherwise, we'll just need 2K anyways. And yeah, that gets us to grade 30 as well. Oh, expertise level 30. Oh, interesting. People trying to destroy and remove a ship. Sending touch. Okay. Okay, so they're just then I'm guessing kind of restructuring and stuff. Really full time. Okay. That's
Safe area entered.
it's quite the story.
Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
But I will likely see some offshoot clans come off of that, I'm guessing.
Let's see what these guys. Damn it!
That is sometimes an issue with some of the trying to make a really big organization. Sometimes you have like really bad apples. So this reset method. Although I feel on PC this is actually not that useful. The fast travel to there is faster than... I could see this more on console being a... or like the older consoles being a thing. Because they're doing it this way, it puts us back here. Saving us a fast travel, but takes up a little bit of time to get there.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
The hoarder had to go. I thought we should time it once or something. Although yeah, also if this was invaded, it would be faster because then you don't have to set the mission. Either way, it's still pretty fast. Get upset. Runs a community. People are weird sometimes. Usually there is at least some, you know.
Let's see what these guys.
Agent, I need to debrief
They're
with
not
Schaefer.
completely normal.
Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Shit, they're getting too close for comfort.
It's usually more annoying if it's actually not some basement dweller and somebody with some resources and stuff, but just had, for some reason, feels slighted or something. And annoyingly as well, women have to deal with that quite more often than men will encounter it. I'm saying that it's like I don't know enough about this specific situation, but there's been plenty of that as well. People being a little, you know, dumb people doing dumb things.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
I was gonna say this is the first one he's not gonna spawn, but no, spawn on a third.
Shit.
It's easy to, like, anything that's different about somebody else, it's easy for some people to latch onto. Better things to do with their life, yep. Would be nice if they did, but some people are, yeah. They're running unhinged 10, and there is nothing steady-handed about them.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
And
Said it was safer for us
the
if
only
she's not
person
here.
that can brace is the other side. That's just sometimes how it goes. Hey, that's way cheaper. But let's just keep that one. Let's get rid of the rest. Because this one was pretty expensive. This one is basically 4. This one was 5. Optimizations. Let's actually donate the rest. So actually what isn't proficient yet here? I got some measured imminent armaments, the 2 skills. That's 4, so that's 32, and slingshot 33. So I'm gonna do a little bit of that then. Let's just proficiency those up. Now that we have the slingshot here. Because even I've ran sometimes into, not often, but here and there's sometimes
Nice doing business with you.
some comments which seem racially motivated with some people. I generally just like with those I don't even engage or anything. I just delete them. But I've ran into some of that sometimes on YouTube. It's just like, yeah, like what's hardcore? If that later agent dies, you have to make a new one. That is exactly hardcore mode. You can be downed, but you can't die. So if you're downed and you get picked up by your hive or by a teammate, that's still, you can live. But if you die, either by just getting shot before anybody gets to you, or just, you know, you don't have a hive and you get down and stuff. Yeah, that's the end of that character. And the only thing you can then do to that character is just delete them. Yeah, let's go do, let's just go do a countdown or two here. And I'm gonna set my target at 2. Imminenza Armamense. Let's actually stash a few builds. Just to have some space. And then one of the things with hardcore is as well is they have their own stash, they have their own SHD level and such, and their own you know, gear and such. So it is kind of nice to have to use it for kind of like a fresh start kind of deal, where you don't have all of the gear and stuff that you normally would have. So a lot of people kind of use it for that. Let's make sure at least that, yeah, striker works, and then this one works, and this one works, this one works. PFE. And then, yeah, let's actually run OD, I think, for a starter one. Did I have the catalyst actually maxed out? I do. You know what? Let's run a catalyst version. I don't mind it actually, the catalyst in countdown. Mostly because at least in there's so much status effect going on that it's kind of doable. What is my highest hardcore? So actually, on this kind, I can check. Because we can inspect a underscore Kia. I only have one on my second account, which this is. On my main account, I only have normal core characters, but it does take a character slot. So this one. This one is the hardcore. Yeah, so I have 2 hardcores actually, but yeah, I'm 1100. But yeah, they have the same 5 times XP and stuff, so you can actually, you know, level up pretty fast. And we'll do even a little bit of that later on. And if you die, if you're in SHG levels, this does maintain. So if I die, if I reach like 300 SHG level and then I die, I would have to level to 40 again. Like that part is there. You have to every time level to 40. But once it reaches level 40 and I get the watch, the SHD is kind of like saved on the basically. Same for the stash and stuff. So you can save some stuff in that way, basically. Yeah, let's go and do a countdown or key, and yeah, eminence armaments. Let's get some of this accounts proficiencies done. A guy claimed that the slingshot is actually good for taking down helicopters on legendary difficulty. I mean, I'm guessing Marauders. You know, we're in talent on the Centurion Scout. Also, that way you can quickly switch from your signal, get all the bonuses and start from a distance without even needing together. What are the thoughts on this? Have you considered that a talent on? The thing is with that is like compare that to a Ravenous and what that can do to those things. Like rifles with a damage talent is just gonna completely decimate anything that like that thing can do. Oh, the enemies from helicopters. They're usually you're like 15 meters away from them if you're doing it right. Unwavering on... The thing is like, yeah, unwavering for other weapons or for like... As a general use thing, yeah, definitely on board. The slingshot is just kind of like, yeah, not needed. But especially choppers, usually you can just be standing underneath them. And unwavering is kind of good for that as well. Yeah, you have just, you know, you can get the damage going.
15 minutes lockdown.
And then get the kills and then keep it going, kind of. So, well, that's kind of nice, but a better weapon would do better. Like, I feel likely that person... sorry, where did you go? Has just never ran unwavering before. It's unwavering pretty good, but just...
Shade tech detected.
Somebody's already in the objective. Always a good sign. It's gonna be a better break. Yeah. Although AR wouldn't do more damage against Marauder because of the drop-off. But it would be about the same damage. Although, well, with the I'd be curious actually. Outside of it, the right range, AR might still win, especially with DTH, because of DTH.
Striker drone detected.
But what you could do is, yeah, on an AR or on an LMG, put like 2 optimal range mods, and then that weapon with the damage talent is definitely gonna win against the slingshot.
Serious trauma.
And that's already, for instance, one of the reasons why the Ravenous is so powerful. Like, I feel a lot of people overestimate how much damage it actually is doing from its talent versus what it's doing because it's just in the right ranges. Like, it is still good. It is, you know, because especially as well, you can't have like a rifle with killer or something, and you can't have a rifle with measured, so at all anyway.
Detected.
Ever playing the DZ? Not so much. I used to in the past, but nowadays not so. I used to have a team to go in with into the DZ, and mostly then as well, we would just be doing mostly PvE stuff, and then fighting here and there a little bit. Nowadays, I just don't have the team to do it. Nobody's in that one. Let's go change that. Because everybody's in the other one. So we want to capture both.
High risk target detected.
Struggle Dark Winter with ACOG. Thing is with those SMGs and stuff, I've seen it here and there. I'm not on board. I would just, like, if we're taking a Dark Winter or attack vector or something to that like 20 something meter range, I would just grab an AR. I'd be much more up for putting like an optimal range on an AR or something, or an LMG. Also, okay, chip here. Amazon. So this is always the fastest slingshot. Yes, to me, yeah. It's just too bad of a weapon. It's kind of the main issue for it. If it was a better weapon, it could make a difference. Because the base weapon is pretty bad. I mean, anything new is gonna get that treatment. If you've been around for long enough, any brand set, gear set coming in with any season, it's the best thing since sliced bread. Every time. And that's just video games.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Excessive magnetic discharge
No,
detected.
the servers are just
EMP system purge required.
Oh. The other one is kind of stacked up in it.
Incoming. High risk hostile. Area secure.
I know, just
Agent, you should be able to
grabbing
access
the eminence
experimental lab
armaments
now.
and just donating it. And then we'll do the same for measured assembly. Oh yeah, actually what I should be doing. Got it already. Run smart cover or run the defensive one. Where are we going? Oh, yeah. That's lab, fuel valves. To inspect the character yourself. I'm gonna do a full list of commands. Somewhere you can do /question mark or /help, I think. It's not a full list because I definitely know there's commands that aren't in there. But /question mark. Yeah.
Agent,
But yeah,
you've
there's
reached the
like
lab. I need you
/join,
to stabilize the
/leave,
reactor.
/logout, /inspect. And inspect, then yeah, you can just inspect yourself just by entering your own name.
You're in. Now, just need to find and destroy those fuel
You can even
valves.
do like /wave. There's any one word emote. I'm actually not sure. There's maybe some way, like, I just don't know what it has as space, maybe. But yeah, any one word emote, like /wave, /salute, / all of those things, you can just do that way. Or even like /report and then name. Sometimes the Negev's handling.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat of
What?
EMP discharge.
I have bonus
Nice
armor.
work on the valves. Now, I need you to expose the reactor's core.
I did the Division 1 thing of tapping the skill once to try to deconstruct. It's a Division 1 skill, right? It should work that way.
Now, you just need to destroy the magnetic core. You should be fine.
Should I be fine? Should I be fined? How does it? /emotes? Okay. Oh, but these are all, yeah, one. Oh, wait.
System disrupted.
Okay, some of the ones that would be with space. Okay, it just doesn't have a full list. But there's a bunch of like,
System back online.
you know. I'm gonna guess they just never made a full list. Because there's a bunch of other ones that aren't. Because there's a lot more that have like multiple letters or multiple words. I guess they just never updated them. For characters, one's
Agent down.
right.
You're just another kill. Sending out our team.
Back up. Yeah, TDI cards pick up. Just to save a charge for myself.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Containment field failure. EMP discharge required to stabilize reactor.
And I'm leaving the objectives to other people and stuff. Not paying too much attention. My team has it. Oh, maybe they don't. We're still on, like, we're on the second. Maybe everybody's doing that. So one thing I haven't noticed yet is that, so with a lot of like skills and stuff that give you bonus armor, when you pull out and go back in, like it doesn't reset. But here, every time we go out of cover and go into cover, it actually resets. Which is, I feel, very abusable. Because you can release cover and go back in and like have a ton of bonus armor again, especially with higher tiers. With the blue.
System malfunctioning. Incoming. High risk hostile.
Channels, yeah.
System reactivated.
Let's see what the thing stinks the most. Is rat I feel cleaners likely. Just because, you know, they're wearing the suits. Usually, like, with those suits, they're walking through dead bodies and stuff, and it's just gonna stick to that suit. Like, they don't smell it inside of it. But I feel like the outside of them would be covered in burnt flesh. that fresh burnt flesh smell.
Experimental reactor offline. Vital signs critical. System restored.
Great work, Agent. The power plant is stable. Now get the hell out of there. Torres is waiting for your signal. Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
No, it's not a close range extraction, so this should be safe. I'm actually gonna take the long way around and make sure I grab all the loot. Also because this isn't per se that much slower going this route when it's the... Oh, wow. Just saw something glowing there. Like, everybody forgot about that? Off we go. I need this in there. Stinky as shit, yeah. On the outside. And they're rotten to their hearts on the inside. Oh, great. They were already...
Agent, stay frosty.
That guy
Hunters
dead?
incoming.
No? Okay. Why wait for teammates?
Agent down. Hostile fixer drone detected.
When they gave him... Why not crawl back? I'm not gonna... I don't want to use my
System
hive here.
disrupted. An agent needs assistance.
Agent down.
Right.
Neutralize
That's
that
them
hunter.
dead. And this is one of those places like this is suicide. Staying here is suicide.
System back online.
I'm just gonna lob a ton of grenades. My teammates can go through it. Hopefully they'll realize that very quickly. And a double deaths. We can't do anything about that.
Another agent is now group leader.
And last two.
System malfunctioning.
Just a few people rushing made this fight so much
System
harder than it
reactivated.
needed to be. And got themselves killed as well. Wait, yeah. Okay, now. Not smart on top. The red also applies to those. I actually haven't paid attention that that would be the case. Hey, we're just accidentally completing a bunch of scout things.
Helo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to signal tourists.
With a sledge on top.
Helo inbound to your location.
And on
Hold tight.
19 instead of on 5. It's fine. Oh. Guess I'm active. I might as well actually, yeah.
Torres is in position.
That's also too early. Can still get this. Nah, that's right. Bye. Pretty sure is after going or something. This skill goes on cooldown. What do you mean go in and out? Slip for the team, yeah. I mean, they don't know better. That's always the thing here as well. They're not doing it out of malice. They're doing it out of, not knowing.
Agent, you haven't.
And that's a reality that you just have to.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
It's just
Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
uncoordinated teams. That's just what it's gonna come down to.
Thanks for making a deal.
Let's see if this or this gets us. You know what? We're gonna do the rest with that.
Agent, good to be seen.
Imminence armaments done. Wait, which other one was it? Was the other one the skills? Evidence armaments? There's another one. Where am I going? The skills, evidence, or no, not the evidence armors. Measured assembly. Oh, and the slingshot. I mean, why am I not? Slingshot, best weapon NA. I'm actually not going to optimize this thing even because I'll just hold out. I might just get a random better one from just the hoarder at some point. But yeah, I'll just sadist. Oh, actually, there's way too much crit, of course. What's my crits? Right. I am blind. Yeah, that should be 60. Oh, actually, I'm not even running Coyote. I'm running Catalyst for some reason. Let's not do that. Actually, let's just run. Okay. Yeah. Let's. Although before we go, targeted to measured assembly. How much do I need? Around 5, so I need quite a bit. Let's take it out.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive. You have joined a group.
Chicken dance. I mean, you can always chicken dance yourself, right? Although for the real experience, you should be in the DZ. Just, you know, just in the... You can't know what I'm doing if I don't know what I'm doing. Although usually it's actually more just like this, right? Instead of like being fully as random as I was in. What's best selling for rifles right now? Killer is pretty good for rifles as well, so generally that. Otherwise, Rifleman is a pretty good one as well, as long as you're hitting a decent amount of headshots. Like, you don't need to be hitting all headshots, but a decent amount here and there.
Communication relay offline.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Rikers have taken the power plant. Not sure what they're
Actually,
trying to do with
I
the
haven't
nuclear
answered that
reactor,
one
but they've
because
triggered the safety
I was a
protocols.
little behind.
The plant is going into lockdown. We need to remove the virus from the control servers and restore comms.
I just noticed the other person asking it there.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes to lockdown.
But the damage on the, especially Killer and Rifleman. And then kind of half damage, half utility, or well, half sustain DPS kind of is the Boomerang. Like, Boomerang is still somewhat okay just because, yeah, it does help the sustainment a little bit. See if I can grab my shit without setting myself on my fire. Killer it is, yeah. Killer works pretty well for a lot of weapon classes. The only downside to keep in mind, so it depends. Killer is still a little bit situational. For instance, for these fights, like when we're fighting the hunters here, Killer isn't a great talent for this fight, right? Like, but for the rest of Countdown, it's kind of fine because we'll get plenty of kills that it won't matter too much. Because even in a, you know, if you are running a pretty damaging build, You'll still get enough kills to activate killer enough. But for instance, yeah, for the hunters here, it wouldn't be active. But then that's then just the price that you pay. But if you're just fighting hunters, then you might want to consider rifleman. It's kind of the same with measured and killer for instance, ARs.
System restored.
And this guy no longer bleeding. Just was done. And yeah, turbine and containment.
Shade tech detected.
Too bad we can't run both of the
Hostile striker
smart
drone
covers
detected.
together.
Hostile incinerator turret detected. Hostile sniper turret detected.
Yeah, I got you back.
Hostile assault turret detected.
Wait, is it just not rendering the box at this range? Or am I just blind and is it around the corner? Or like behind the thing? That's a bunch of skills.
An agent has disconnected. High-risk target approaching.
Actually, it reminds me of the bug that used to exist for. Remember when the hostile modifiers didn't? Was that with the? Was that last season too? Actually, I don't even remember.
Area secure.
But like the hostile modifier wouldn't be active in here unless somebody disconnected. I feel that, yeah, no, right? Like last season, Frenzy was just would always apply. And yeah, on to containment. Where are these people going cooling? Yeah, sure. Works out with the main. Doesn't matter too much. Although hostiles and cooling is like 6 times as long as containment. Anything in containment.
You're closing in on the target.
Don't split up. That's even worse. Just go to the wrong one together. Just come. Just don't split up. Let's all make the mistake together. This works out at least for the main, because we'll exit on that side and go to admin.
To override safety protocols,
It's fine.
eliminate security breach. Failure to override protocols will result in a full communication shutdown.
But it's not like containment would have been that much slower. But if already some people are going this way, might as well stick together. It's going to be, in either case, faster to stick together and get this in. And actually, for those farming gear, hostiles isn't the worst because this does spawn quite a bit. This is one spawn less than VIP. The only downside though is, yeah,
Hostile
in
detected.
cooling, this for instance on heroic is just as long, honestly, as, oh well, a tiny bit faster, but yeah,
High
one
value
way
target
faster.
neutralized. High risk target detected.
Mostly cooling is like pretty spread out, and if you get kind of spawns that are all over the place,
Here's your ticket, fucker!
Area secure.
Agent, head to the administration building.
I will, Kelso. Now that you're back, I will totally follow your orders. Could you debrief Schaefer? Then maybe Manny shuts up. That away. One-handed gaming.
Agent, you've reached the administration building. I need you to fix the comms.
Well, good thing that's my favorite job.
An agent has reconnected.
Trojan virus detected. Safety protocols activated.
Say it, Kelso.
I know it's your favorite job. Need you to search the control room and find the server.
This is my favorite job. Can we start a tier list of favorite jobs? Cleaning the mess hall.
Warning.
That's tier.
System breach. Initiating safety protocols.
Learning to make leather for Anaya. B tier. Debriefing Schaefer. S tier. Yeah, that's what we should like respond to Manny. I know it's your favorite job. You'll have to debrief someone. Schaefer or Glasses or...
Nice job. You're a pro. Now, just need you to find another server.
Wait, you're gonna pay me? Is that what it means? Now that I'm a pro? Should, yeah. I should actually be more active and out there.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocols.
I would actually check if allies have Streamline. But they don't have it active. Does it actually show the icon? Or does it only show it when
Evacuate the facility.
they actually are in a state where it's active?
Communication systems shutdown initiating. Override safety protocols to cancel.
I'll do the OD thing, mark multiple enemies. Just to get as much ammo going as we can. Ah, I have bonus armor. And I have bonus armor again. Now I have bonus armor again. And now I have bonus armor again. I feel this could be so misused, and I'm willing to bet it's already is in some places, right?
Whoever said tech support was boring.
Because every time you leave,
You can reboot the system.
everybody touching.
Warning. System
Four.
breach. Initiating safety protocols.
High risk target detected.
All the MA. I'll loot and donate. Leave her proficiency by the stairs. Surprises me that I even care. Say it ain't so. Kelso had to go. Debrief Schaefer. Turn the lights out. Oh yeah, we're going batshit insane. It's that hour. I just read by Kelso. I mean, you have to get the DLC. The bell for debriefing. Which I was on his active back.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. When you're ready to come home, shoot off a flare.
Well, that would actually be a good parody song for that as well. Say it ain't so. Kelso had to go. I'm debriefing with Schaefer. So carry me home. Showing I'm a boomer almost. Hold on. Old millennial. We need a no singing rule. I mean, if you guys want to make a no singing rule, go ahead. I'm you know, I'm not gonna follow it. You can make the rule. But you know, I'm not gonna sign that convention. One.
System disrupted.
Two.
Get on that helo. You've got hunters incoming.
3, 4. Now I got.
System reactivated.
This guy got sniped. Downside is very likely when I get him back up, he's just gonna get sniped again and actually die because he's in weakened state. Somebody activated their active. Actually, yeah, for instance, here would be. Yeah, why not?
Serious trauma detected.
You need to watch out for double down.
Agent down.
When you're ready, send up a flare so Torres can pick you up.
It's a pretty clean one, but also, yeah, this team was pretty good on damage the whole way through. So it's very noticeable. It's more of a chance. I mean, if you just want to say I suck at singing, just say that. Because it's true, I know. But also that has never stopped me before. So as one person once said was, can't stop me now. Or you could, likely, if you tackled me or something, but I feel that's maybe going a little far. It's finding where I live and then just
Torres
coming and just
inbound on your
tackling me
location.
in my own
Hold
house.
tight. She'll get you home.
Somewhere, yeah. Put it on top of the chopper this time.
Ready for extraction.
Turn that into sledge. Why not? Off we go.
You did a great
Named
thing
item or
today,
exotic.
Agent.
Actually,
We
yeah.
take
Is
electricity for
anything
granted,
attributed to
but without that
Manny
plant,
on any
this
of the
entire
items?
region would
There's
have
a
lost
few,
power. Thank you.
or even maybe on the death screens, because there's a few death screens that are attributed to Kelso.
You have been promoted to group
As
leader.
like a quote by Kelso. I think also Kelso has like a named item, right? I remember seeing it. Or I remember seeing a... where's the video? Massive. The scans could not see. Now, yeah, I did put out medium mats, which was the idea for today, the video I wanted to do. And in it was the thing of like the other way, or like, you know, what I thought for a bit of like, oh, actually you should do the crit calculation like this, which was to add in, treat the crit as a multiplier. I've been saying that for a few times as well here and there. Turns out no, the old me, the new me was wrong. The old me was righter. It is actually not correct to treat it that way. So for now, I've removed that video and I'm going to redo it. And I've recorded a new video that'll go up tomorrow for replacement. So I moved up the global modifier. We recorded that earlier today. So that'll go up tomorrow. That'll be kind of like, you know, the video now. And then I'm going to redo parts of the, because the back parts of it, those can all be reused. But the front part of it, I'm just going to rework it into like actually why it is just crit chance times crit damage. And nothing else is needed. And actually, the people that convinced me, I need to have a chat with, because it's just like, like, no, actually, it isn't what they thought it was, and then because of that, I was thinking it as well. But yeah, after the video, I had the moment of like, let's actually wait, let's actually check this, and I kind of came to the conclusion of like, oh yeah, no, it's. You just do crit chance and crit damage. Nothing else is needed. And it's not even that like the other way is better. No, the other way is actually wrong.
Agent, good to be seeing you.
So just to not spread any, you know, misinformation, I just send it back to the drawing board and we'll redo it. And because I'll only really need to redo the intro, that segment, and then the outro. The rest of it I can keep as was, and that kind of works by itself. Because there was some other concepts in there as well that are actually also handy to know about. That's that's what it was about. But yeah, especially the crit segment of that video that I did was actually pretty wrong. So I'm surprised I didn't catch for myself earlier. Wait, did I deconstruct before? I did, didn't I? And I don't know, I donated first, because then we opened the thing, right? My brain isn't working anymore. This is where I'm going. Yeah, I guess we're 8. Wouldn't be 8 hours. Yeah, let's do another Cantan. You know what? But let's swap. Let's swap builds. Let's go Redify. The other support build. You want to run the smart.
You have received an invite to another
smart cover.
You are now in a group.
You know, women. Oh, they'll be like, no. I mean, they were persuasive. The thing was actually, so what I hadn't checked is actually if that method was correct or not, because in the end I realized why. Because I was like, oh, okay, yeah, no, yeah, the crit, like doing crit chance times crit damage. If you like take the percentual difference between those two, it never lines up with DPS. Because you would think the percentage difference between the two would be the same. But there's a reason for that. And I just hadn't discovered that reason. Which is that, yeah, you kind of still have to do crit chance and crit damage, but to get the percentages to line up in the same way, you do need to add 1+, basically. But then they'll turn into, yeah, kind of explaining why that is the case. The first time isn't working.
Communication relay
Yeah.
offline.
Cleaners have infiltrated the
For my
power
brain,
plant.
yes.
They triggered a lockdown. I'd
That
rather
and just
have
not
their
being
slash
able
and
to
burn
remember,
tactics anywhere
like,
near a nuclear reactor.
why I'm in the kitchen suddenly.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
That might just also
Go.
just be dementia,
It was safer
maybe.
for us if she's
Just
not here.
Alzheimer's.
We need to get control of the experimental reactor.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated.
Okay, grabbing
15
this.
minutes to lockdown.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat of EMP discharge.
So I'll still have the healing hive to heal with.
System disrupted.
So far. Oh, stepped into it. Nice of him.
An agent needs assistance. System reactivated.
How am I doing more damage than these guys? Like, I joined back into that fight and I did more damage. Wait. Get you, Rampam. Yeah, thanks for poking in.
System malfunctioning.
Yeah, I like to catch you on the weekend.
Agent down.
I won't be around tomorrow, but
Vital signs critical. Agent
Later on.
incapacitated.
in the weekend. At least I do have the weekend for myself. I'm curious what my teammates are. This at least is nice for the other team. They'll get to have these two. That guaranteed, kind of. I'm gonna put my hive down. If this guy hacks it, that's kind of fine. He's not in it. I'm really curious what my team is that, or what, especially my subgroup is that. Ah, okay. Complete nothing. Also not much. Okay. Hopefully the other team
You're
can carry.
in. We need to locate the target.
So let's go, yeah. Turbine containment. Unless... Well, the cooling would make sense as well, but I think containment is going to be faster with more hands. Even with the running. Those guys came in from that side. Right. And then next week as well, we'll jump on over into some Div 1 again, as the global events will be up. For that week. That's actually the last global event I'll need commendations and stuff for. It's kind of sad actually, because
Hostile detected.
it'll be less Like I won't really have stuff to do with the other global events in the one. Having the challenges to go through and stuff was kind of motivating for, you know, setting goals and stuff. But yeah, the commendations are a one-time deal, so once we have them all, we have them all.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Because I'm not sure I'm gonna jump into future Division 1 ones. I still will for like a day or two, but likely not for the whole week, the way we've been doing nowadays.
Area secure.
Oh yeah, if we're in containment and we're on this side, I'm gonna take the secret exit. Into containment. I don't know where they're going cooling again. I'll see when I get out here.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Excessive magnetic discharge detected. EMP system purge required.
An exit and entrance, we don't take much. Is that a dragon? Oh yeah. Forgot what the objective was. You can just shoot both servers from back here.
High risk target detected.
I should have this. Wait. Oh, I do have
Secure.
technician, of course.
Agent, you should be able to access the lab.
Yeah, let's actually use the Lexington instead. See if we actually feel a decent difference. Which I'm pretty sure I will. Because the Almo is still, like, weapon handling wise and stuff, it is an M4 with an extra 15 weapon handling and stuff. It just lacks the damage, I feel, nowadays. I was fine when it was, like, for me competing against fast stance weapons. But now that it's competing against, like, killer measured and such weapons. Although in this case, this weapon is a fast stance. Or a flatline. But I do have technician, so. And we're gonna have that up. In the age of the Elmo. Yeah, definitely. Feeling the tiredness. Well, likely won't make it too late tonight. Because also actually, yeah, after the stream, I want to stitch together that video and
Agent, you've reached the lab. I need you to stabilize the
maybe
reactor.
even do all of the work for it and just get it uploaded tonight. Because technically, I was trying to hit the schedule of
You're in.
getting
Now,
a video
you
up
need to find and destroy those fuel valves.
today, but
Experimental reactor unstable.
technically I did.
Activated.
The video did go up, but then also it went down. Intention. So let's try.
Magnetic containment failure.
Second, there's an out of
Elevated
combat.
threat of EMP discharge.
We tried donating and seeing if I'm
Nice
done
work on the
already.
valves.
Might be
Now,
already.
I need you to expose the reactor's
It
core.
also doesn't matter too much. I can use some blue resources anyway, so we'll deconstruct the rest. Because now the thing is also going to become like the
Good.
one of the
Now,
better
you
ways
just
to farm
need to
resources.
destroy
Just
the
going to be,
magnetic core.
I feel,
You
just
should be fine.
doing countdowns with targeted set to gear sets.
System disrupted. High-risk target approaching.
At least for blue resources.
System reactivated.
Because each one of those is
Hostile up. Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Containment field failure.
This
EMP
feels so much
discharge
better.
required to stabilize reactor.
than the Elmo. What was I gonna say? Yeah, resource. Yeah, it's getting, because there you get 15 per deconstructed item.
System curtailed.
Not a lot, but adds up pretty quick at least. Oh, somebody has Vanguard. That works out pretty well with me being redify. Because as long as bonus armor is getting hit, that doesn't count for losing the FI buff or losing vigilance.
System approaching. High-risk target detected. System restored.
Man, this build still doesn't feel like super powerful, but it was a little bit better with the damage talent on top.
Experimental reactor offline. System reactivated.
And the final secure. Gonna just grab loot and go.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. Hilo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to signal Taurus.
And the other subgroup did some carrying there. I should have grabbed the big crate on the way. I forgot always that it's not on this side, it's on that side. And yeah, it isn't a close extraction, so it's not very dangerous to grab it. Oh yeah, we've definitely seen it happen still. Crashing from the close range extraction and grabbing the box. This guy's in a hurry.
Heavily armed hostiles detected.
Guess we're in loot range. Hope they don't let them fall back, because that's usually more the issue. They let them fall back, that makes it super annoying. Because if you're fighting two bunched up hunters, that's quite a different story then. Does this weapon actually have a... yeah.
System back online.
Linked laser pointer. One of them got to get back.
Hostile fixer drone detected.
What we really needed was an extra fixer drone.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
Nice. Oh, I'm on the Elmo, yeah. Well, that's why it feels on. I forgot. Oh, yeah, I didn't stop. Okay. I have a habit of going back to slot number 1 for the... It's like, where's my Paulson and my damage? Yeah, I got my answer.
Hold tight. Helo inbound to your location.
Sounds kind of bugged.
Torres is in position.
Put their suppressor on. Both of these choppers have their suppressors on. Off we go. Smaller burnt toast and answer strokes.
If it wasn't for you,
If I
we
start
would've
singing
lost the
about
power
burnt
plant.
toast,
Thank you, Agent.
then... Although, yeah, it could be about toasty, maybe. I might be having a stroke. Anyhow, let's donate all this.
Entered.
Well, let's maybe call it actually a little early, but
Backpacks to
is the
I
time
need to
to...
debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
That should be it. So that we got those provisions. Been meaning to do that. So we just have the smart covers left on this account to catch up, and oh yeah, I forgot to actually equip this thing, the slung shit. That's how it's called, right? Slings shit. It's one of those monkeys.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate the business.
Deconstructors, let's pop all these as well. But at least this account is kind of caught up again. As well, we got the summer events up to the final day. Been meaning to just do that on this account just to make sure they have it. So we have that. We have a slingshot. I think you can go in the stash as well. We'll just resource it up at some point, likely. Nothing else with just the cheap resources. Because have you always spend these when they're kind of close to full? That already will like proficiency several items through playing. And yeah, we'll just get those done. Yeah, in the background, let's go look for somebody to raid on the Twitch end, as we always do. Yeah, let's go with Callie, as we haven't raided him in a while. And yeah, I won't be back tomorrow, as yeah, tomorrow I'll be working this Friday. But I'll be back on Saturday, and Sunday we'll continue on then. And yeah, we have still some work to do on some of the guides and such, so we'll spend some time there and work a little bit more on the, because actually yeah, I was hoping on finishing it, but I kept getting sidetracked by stuff. I was planning on finishing it actually this evening, but yeah, we had a different thing to do there by replacing that video. But yeah, we'll be back at it, and yeah, we'll just keep going and going and going. I don't want to get that video or that guide done. Then also that can be turned into its own video, and also then we can move on to some of the other guides and the skill one. I wouldn't mind actually spending some. I would love to, before kind of we reach the climax of this season, which we have a few more weeks. But I wouldn't mind, yeah, in a few weeks getting through like 2 weeks of just the skill guide, and then just every day doing a video on the skills and such, and just, yeah, kind of getting through it pretty quickly. And actually, yeah, in a few weeks I can actually spend quite a bit of time. But yeah, for now, enjoy yourselves some Cali Caboin, who's doing they're at White House, so they're doing things. But yeah, they're likely to be going for a while. And yeah, I'll be back on Saturday. We'll continue on then. Thank you all for joining me. Hope you guys and gals had some fun. And as always, have a good night.